Damn. Um, Hello. Okay. So I think we are in live. Hmm. So, hey guys, it's Insane Developer here. Welcome back to my channel. I think there are 7 people watching right now. That's fine. Okay, let's get started. So in this tutorial, we are going to see how to build the book application completely from scratch with Jetpack Compose UI Toolkit. And what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to share you the design. So yeah, we are going to build this application from completely from scratch. You see, this application is a basic book application. For we are going to build this with a Jetpack Compose UI Toolkit. And what are the libraries which we are going to use it for this? So we have this data, like if you see here, we have this data like the title. We have this data of complete all programming's books. So we have this complete JSON list. So we have the title, we have the ISBN number, page count, and publish date, the URL preview, the thumbnail, cover image for the book, as well as the short description and long description, and authors, status, and the categories of the application. So we have this data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use Kotlin Serialization library to pass this JSON to make this application. So let's create a new project and click on this empty compose activity. And I'm going to name my application as Hey Books and check this one. Oh my god. So it will take some more time. So in meantime, what I will do is I will show you this thing. So we have this entire data. So now we are going to convert this data into beautiful design. So for that, if you see that, this makes sense. So we are going to convert this JSON data to this item list. So for that, I'm going to create a new component, and we have this image preview of the book, as well as the author and the title, as well as the rating and the category tag. So the home page, in the home list, we need to show the application as much as minimal. And for this, we are going to show only the limited amount of data on the home page. So when you click on this component, you will be redirected to this screen, and in the screen we will show the book cover image, as well as the same details which we are showing in the home page, but also we are going to show the long description, as well as the status of the book, and much more. So yeah, so now let's go back to Android Studio. Now we need to set up the Gradle dependency. So for that, I'm going to open, I don't know, is my screen visible for you? So let me change the font size to 18, maybe 18. Okay, now let's change. So yeah, now it looks clean. So now let's open this build.gradle.kts file, which is application level file, and we are going to add some more dependencies here. I'm going to add Kotlin Serialization, and we need to add, for image loading, we need to add Coil image loading, and we need to add navigation, compose navigation library. Hi Chiran, hi Sachin. And we also need to have the Hilt dependency. So okay, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy paste this libraries from my GitHub. And where is that? So if you see here, I'm going to copy paste all my dependencies, which just copy pasting here. And also in the top, we need to add another thing, which is Kotlin, as well as just pasting the plugins here. And let's open this build.gradle file, which is project level file, and we need to add some more dependencies here. So let's go back and open this file, and I'm going to add all the dependencies which is required for this project. And so also we need to have the extension version for this. So just copy paste everything, and this is going to be alpha 3, I think, and Kotlin version is going to be 1.5.10. So now let's hit the sync button. Okay, everything looks fine, I think. Yeah, everything looks fine. Cool. Now we need to set up our application theme. So let's open our package, UI.theme package, and first thing which we are going to do is add in the colors. And for that, I'm going to jump into Figma to figure out what are the color codes for this application. So we need 4 types of colors, and one is the white color, which is FFF for this card, and this is for card. This is for card, and second one, we need a background color, which is a half white, which is going to be F9, 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 and I'm going to make it as background. And the third color which we need is this blue color, which is going to be our primary color, and this is going to be our primary color. And fourth one is going to be the black one, which is 000, and just duplicate this black, which is okay. This is fine. Text, I'm going to make it as text color. Okay, so we have this 4 colors. Now we need to just duplicate this, and we need to figure out the colors for our dark mode. So our dark mode colors would be something. So the card color will be this one, and the background color would be this one, and the primary color for dark mode, we need to just reduce the opacity, I think. Yeah, this would work. And for text color, we are going to change it to white. Now everything looks perfect right now, and what I need to do is just copy the Xcode for all of this. So what I'm going to do is just go to inspect, and we have this color. Just come to Figma, and I'm going to type card, which is card, and the color, we need to type color and 0 ff. You need to add ff before the hex code. So now I'm going to duplicate this. So just add the colors for day colors, and just duplicate, copy this, and night colors. So, and the next color would be background primary text. Okay, background primary and text color. So hey guys, I think 12 people are watching right now. That's really good. Now this is going to be, I'm going to add card night, maybe add suffix, I'm going to add suffix text called night for the night mode colors, and text night, background night, so, and card night. So the background color for this was F9 F9. Oh, F9 F9. Okay, and the primary color for this is going to be this. Copy, and I'm going to paste it here. Oh, you need to, okay. Now the text color is going to be black. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, now we need to change the text color. For night it's going to be white. Okay, this is fine. And for this is going to be our primary color, so I'm going to just paste this here. And for background, it's going to be this one. And for card color, I'm going to copy this. Okay, this looks cool, and we have successfully set up the colors for application. The next thing which we need to do is the type setting. So we need to set up our typography here. So in our application there is going to be like different kind of titles as well as font weights. Then I would prefer just go to material design. You will have the typography, default typography design system, so you can just copy it from there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy it from one of my project. Just go to here, and I'm going to open my type file, and I'm going to copy this entirely. I will explain you this. So just get rid of this everything and paste it here. So here you are going to define our font, and for this project I'm going to use grotesque font, which you can easily find down Google. So just go to Google Fonts and you can just search for this font name. Yeah, so this is the font which I'm using for my project, and this is really insane. And you need to define our type system here. So I'm going to define H2, H3, H4, H5 and H6, also subtitle 1, subtitle 2, body 1, body 2, which is used for paragraph, which is more than 1 or 2 lines. We are going to use body 1 and body 2. For button, we are going to use button text size, and for caption and timestamps, we are going to use this caption style, and for overline we are going to use it for our chip view. So these are all the type system which you can easily able to code, and we need to import our font. So what I'm going to do is press Alt, press enter and enter this. Now you need to also import the font. So that what I'm going to do is just open the resource folder, right click and just select this Android resource directory and type F, then you will auto suggest with font, then just click OK. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go my font where I can able to find the fonts. I think let's find the font from here. Yeah, so I'm going to copy the font which I am already having in another project, so just paste it here. So now we have these 3 fonts which is actually imported here. Yeah, now we have successfully set up the type system for our book app. Then it's fine. Then what you need to do is just go to theme, and we need to do some alteration here. For now, what I'm going to do is the primary color would be primary. So this color is coming from here. So let's complete the light mode first. So I'm going to type for primary. We have the primary colors and primary variant. I think you don't the primary variant would be white, I think. Then they're not white. Let's make it like I think, okay, let me just add some more colors here. The background color first. Background, we have the background, and what are the colors we have? We have the text color. So I'm going to give primary variant as a text. So okay, and we need to also give the white. So on secondary color, I'm going to give color.white. Yeah, maybe you can just type the text color here, but okay, that's fine. Okay, now I'm going to copy paste this here for the dark mode. So we have actually have the colors for dark mode, right? So I'm going to type primary night, okay, and text night, and this is going to be on secondary color, background night. Yeah, so now we have successfully set the colors for our application, and I think there is some, okay, so now you need to import our typography. So just click on this, and if you just navigate to this screen, you will be able to see our typography here. So we are just calling this typography designs typography system from here to here. So now we have set up our application theme. You can name whatever you want, and I'm going to change this name, rename it to book app theme. Oh, okay, what happened? Okay, I think we have actually having this here. Okay, this is fine. So let's close this, and now let's try to run our application. Okay, this is fine. Okay, our application runs successfully. Now we have successfully set up with the theme of the book application. Now what we are going to do is going to set up our project. So what I'm going to do is just click on our root folder, and I'm going to right click and search for package. Click on this, and I'm going to, since we are following MVVM architecture, I'm going to create a new package called model, and M for model and V for view. So another one called view, and package, and another one for ViewModel, and the final one for navigation. So I just want to keep my navigation as a separate folder. So navigation. So now we have this MVVM thing here. So the next step is going to be, I'm going to import our JSON to our application. So I'm going to copy this JSON and just go to the root folder and right click and go to folder, and you will see you need to click on this assets folder. Just click on this and just set the target location as main folder. Just click finish. So now you see we have successfully created this assets folder. Now I'm going to paste my books.json file here. Yeah. So if you open this, you will be able to see the books.json file, which is containing more than 600 books, which is purely related to programming. So we have the title, and we have the ISBN number, we have the page count, and we have book cover preview for books, as well as short description and long description, status of the book, and authors and categories. So before I actually explain you that we are going to show only these kind of data, and inside of this, when user clicks on this list item, we are going to navigate user to this screen, and in the screen we are going to show all the details which we are actually getting from the JSON. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and going to the model package and click on the right click, and you will see you need to create a new Kotlin class file, and I'm going to click on this, but I'm not going to do this anyway. What I'm going to do is just click on this, and I have installed a new plugin called Kotlin data class file from JSON. So this helps us to create a poser class according to the JSON. So you need to click on this, and we need to paste our JSON here. So for that, I'm going to paste my JSON here, and just click on the format anyways, and it will auto format our JSON. And I'm going to give name the class for this as book. Okay, book, maybe books. Okay, books would be fine. Oh, okay, book. Just click on this generate, and now if you click on this, and you will see we have this 3 model class has been created. I think we can just stick with this one, and what I'm going to do is the next thing which we need to do is we need to mark this as a serializable. We need to pass our JSON to our Android So for that, I'm going to mark it as like serializable. So this is coming from our Kotlin Serialization library, so which we have installed it here. So I think I'm going to define proper data type for this, and the categories for this would be string, and the published date would be also be string. And yeah, this looks fine. And what next would be, so we have successfully done this, and now we need to mark this class as transient. So we don't need all those data. So if you take a look at this JSON file, seriously, I don't need this page count, as well as I don't need this status of this book. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark this as transient, so it actually ignores the fields which we actually don't need. So for the status of the book is going to be transient, and I also don't need this one. And it also better to give the name to our application. So you need to give a proper name for your data types, and for that, you see I have this thing. So this looks like fine, and we need to define our empty list. Okay, this is fine. Empty list, and everything looks fine for now. Okay, then let's close this. Actually, I don't know how many people are watching this. Okay, now we are going to build our components, and for that I'm going to create a new package, and it's going to be components. So just create a new file which is going to be our book item list, item book list. So create a function item book list and mark it as composable. So now we are going to design this book item card. If you see here, I have grouped this all of the text with column, and this with row, and this with complete box layout. So I'm going to do the same for this. For that, just I'm going to go with a card layout, maybe. Just type modifier and background color. We need to give material dot color dot not primary on primary, I think. So let's go to our theme class where you can find our white color. So where we are using okay, so for this I'm going to go with on surface. Let's change this to on surface. On surface is going to be a card. This is going to be card, and on surface, and this is going to be card night. Okay, this looks fine. So on surface. So inside of this, we are going to have the row which will hold this image view as well as our text. So first of all, let's complete the text part. So for that, you need to create a column, and inside of this column we are going to have the text. So for example, by Joshua. Okay, this is going to be author, right? Author, and style would be it's a search for typography, and this is going to be caption, and the color for this would be color, and this is going to be text, and we need to reduce the opacity for this, so that I'm going to give 0.7f for this. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy paste it. Now we have author, and the next one would be the title, the more or less. Let's change the author to spikeysanju, and we have this rating, but in our books.json we don't have the rating count anyway, so I'm going to ignore this one. So instead we can just pick it this with our component, and that one would be okay, this is going to be minimalism. Okay, now it looks cool, and we need to add spacing for that. So I'm going to call spacer component, and you need to call modifier dot height, and this is going to be 12 dp. I'm going to import this dp, and yeah, this looks way more fine. I think instead of, we can just show 8. Okay, now let's have the preview for this component, and I'm going to try preview and composable, and this is going to be function item book list preview. Now inside of this I'm going to pass this item book list function, which is component which we have created, and let's see, let's run the app. Oh, I think preview is not working. I don't know why, but okay, it's fine. Let's call this in our main activity, item book list. Okay, now let's run the app. Okay, you see we have this, and we have forgot to create change the styling for this, and this would be subtitle 1, and I don't know what's the size which I'm using for this. Yeah, 16 pixel. Okay, this is subtitle 1, and this, for this we are going to use same caption. Let's rerun the application. Okay, now we have this, and we need to reduce the opacity for the title. We need to just delete this, and we need to change the color for this, so that would be our primary color, right? So primary, yeah, this is fine. Yeah, now we have created this part, this area right now, so we need to make this as a component right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new composable function just called chip view, and it is, we are going to have composable, mark it as composable annotation, and for this I'm going to go with a box layout, and modifier, we need to have the background, right? So the background color would be the primary color, and we need to reduce the opacity to 0.10f maybe, yeah, and we need to make it as a rounded corner. So what I'm going to do is Just break this to second line. Oh my god, I don't know why it's not working. Okay, now we need to mark it as like a rounded corner. So for that, what I'm going to do is just search a type for clip, and inside of this clip we are going to shape it with our custom values. You can even use shape is equal to shapes dot large, which is coming from this our theme package. If you just click on this, we need to give some values for this, and I'm going to give 24 dp for this large. So when you're calling this, you are just setting the corner radius as like 24 dp. And once it is done, I'm going to align this for that. You need to search for alignment. Just search for alignment, content alignment, and it is going to be center. Now this looks fine. Just format this, and we are going to have one simple text view. I think we can just copy this text view from here. Okay, now if you run this, okay, let's call this chip view here. Yeah, you see we have this, but the problem is we don't have enough padding, so we can just Sifar Mohammed. Hi Shifa. Okay, actually I'm just going through the component creation. So yeah, so I'm just planning to create a components for all of this layout. So for example, we are going to create component for this and this and this and this. So it won't take more than 15 minutes to complete this entire components, and after that we are going to directly jump into the core logic of the application. Yeah, so I'm going to have the padding for this. So just type padding, and you can just do padding just by typing start is equal to 12 dp. And I'm going to exactly follow the design guidelines, otherwise it's going to be really hard. Yeah, you see we have the 12 pixel padding on left and right, and 5 pixel padding on top and bottom. So what I would suggest you is end is going to be 12, and we're going to add 5.dp, and bottom we're going to have 5.dp. So now let's format this code, and now let's rerun this application. And you see we have this, but still we don't get the rounded corner. I think the real culprit is from here. Maybe we can just okay, just call rounded corner shape, and this is going to be 12 dp. Yeah, now it would work. Oh, why maybe I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, okay, the problem is like we are just setting the clip before the background color, so that is the reason why it actually breaks. Now it's working fine. So always do this approach in this way. And it's been a very long time since I think it's more than a month I actually touch Android code. If you go to my GitHub page, you can just see my GitHub contribution. You see there is lack of inconsistency in doing open source contribution. That's the reason I'm really struggling. Okay, anyway, that's fine. I think everything looks fine. What's the problem right now? Why it's not okay, I think we need to set a padding after this background color. Yeah, you see we have completed this component. Yeah, so now we need to focus on this. We need to focus on this part, which is just our image. For that I'm going to use Coil. So we are going to use Coil for that, since we are just calling internet connection. It requires internet connection to load the image, so we are just going to call Coil image. So actually we have added the library for that. If you go here and you can able to see the image loading, so it would be like Coil image loading. And so now we need to cover the left side part of this application. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to simply call Coil image. Maybe I don't know how they are doing it. Anyway, let's go to Google and just search for Jetpack compose Coil image. I think this one. Yeah, this is the implementation. You see, we have the clear documentation here. So I need something like this. Yeah, this is what I'm expecting. Okay, this is fine. Now let's switch back to Android Studio, and I'm going to paste this code and just import by pressing Alt and Enter, and just import. And what is circle transformation? I really don't know what this looks like. Do they have any examples for this? I think transitions, no, there is no example attached here. Okay, and anyway, that's fine. Let's explore this. I'm going to add it anyway. Okay, so we need to define a size for this. For that, I'm going to just click on this, and this is 98 pixel wide and 145 pixels. So I'm going to type 98 wide and 145 dp. So yeah, this is a default size. Okay, this looks cool. And anyway, let's wrap this with a row column. So currently we need to do is just call a row column. So row is used to align the layout in left and right hand side. So you can just align the layout in horizontal way. So what I'm going to do, since you see we have completed this part and this part is separate, and we need to just merge into it, we need to just put this both content into our row layout. So what I'm going to do is just copy paste, and I'm going to move this to our row layout, and I'm going to call modifier fill max width, and the pad, okay, fill max width. And I think we need to do sort of horizontal arrangement for this, and arrangement dot space around, maybe. Okay, now let's try to call this, and we also need to give some spacing here, so in between this. So the hierarchy would be something like this. So row layout will have both image plus content, and this is the image, which this is the image, and this entire column content is going to be our text content. So we are just trying to merge them, and you see we have the spacing in between them. So that's the reason we are going to call spacing, and I'm going to give 16 pixel as a spacing here. Then let's restart our application. Why it's not working? Okay, the crash is because of I need to give the internet permission here, since we are calling the URL. So user permission internet. This happens for a lot of Android developers. Now let's rename the application. Now I don't know why it's not showing it here. Maybe maybe if I'm doing anything wrong. Anyway, let's call, I think we don't need this one. Let's try to rerun this application. Oh, why? So let's give some background. to identify the issue. I don't know where this image layouts right now. Okay, so we are having the image here, so I think space around is not working. Space start, maybe. Okay, this works, but we need to give a spacing. Okay, the problem is we need to give it a width. So now it's fine, and we need to also give padding for this, and padding would be 16 pixel all over, and this looks fine. Yeah, this looks fine to me, but still I don't know why it's not working. Change the URL, image URL. Okay, let me try it from the books.json. So I'm going to copy paste this URL. Let's rerun this application. Yeah, it's working. Okay, this is fine. Thank you. Then you see we don't actually, this is not fitting the UI. Okay, actually we need to give some spacing padding for this, right? So for that, modifier, the padding would be again maybe 12 pixels. Okay, this sounds, let's remove the black. Okay, now we need to do a vertical arrangement as well, as because you see our content is placing on the top side and we need to bring it to down. So we are going to call alignment.center vertically. Now let's run our app. It will be on center, I think. Yeah, now it's working fine. Everything looks good. So now we have successfully completed this component. So now these components won't take that much time to create. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a input component. For this, I'm going to call text input view and composable, and let's search for function and text input view. So now what we need to do, so I think we need to call the input, so which I can able to copy the code from which I actually did, maybe books, because I have no idea what I actually did. Components, text input. So what I'm actually doing here is I'm just calling this okay, this looks cool. Okay, there's a lot of stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this code and I will explain you what I'm going to do. Okay, now text align. Let's import everything. I will explain you this code. I think I need to turn on the lights. Alexa, turn on the lights.
Okay.
Okay, this is fine now. Why? Done. Okay. Maybe search. Okay. This is pretty simple actually. I will explain you. Okay, now we have actually that we are having the text input text field. So anyway, I'm going to type it anyway because I don't want to text input field, and I'm going to mark it as composable function. So now we are going to design this our input field. So it's not going to be the exact same thing, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to call outline text field, this one, and so inside of this we are going to we need to pass the value, actual value. So what I'm going to do right now is we need to have some parameters in our text input field. So actually we need a title, obviously the label for our input field, which you see here. So for that I'm going to give a label. Let's give it label, and it's going to be string, and the second one would be the value, which is the input field holds the value when you actually type something. So that is going to be the value, and it is also going to be a string, and we are going to have passed this unit function. This is something which this is a really good thing about the Jetpack Compose, obviously. For instance, if I'm going to use this outline text field, then I need to use this same outline text field in multiple screens and various states, right? So we need to reuse the components as much as possible. So it's something related to like minimize coupling, maximize cohesion. This is something related to cohesion, and once you set up this one, you can just call this component anywhere in the UI, actually any screens in the application. So this will reduce the code duplication. Obviously when I was getting started in Jetpack Compose in 2000, not 2000, it's way more than 1 year, I think 1 year back. So I used to do a lot of duplicate codes for this especially for this input field, and this is cohesion is something really cool. I think you need to have this. So on value change we are going to have this. So what I'm going to do is so just pass the value here, and what else? So we need a modifier, obviously. So modifier fill max width. We are going to fill the max width, and we are going to have some padding, right? So the padding would be something similar to 16 dp all over I think we don't we can just have it only in start and end. How old are you? Okay, I'm 23 years old. Okay, I think 9 people are watching this video. Okay, now 10. Okay, thank you so much for being with me. Now what I'm going to do is, I don't know why it's not create outline text field function. This is something cool. Okay, now we have this modifier, and we need to call this on value change. On value change it is going to be what is on value change, it's going to be string. On value change it is going to be string. I think I'm doing something wrong. I don't know why. Actually we have this here, and maybe this is something because of this. Yeah, this one. Okay, this looks cool. Okay, anyway, never mind. On value change it is going to have this. Okay, anyway, so for label we are going to call this composable function, which is a custom label, and we are going to define our custom label size here. So that is going to be caption, and so we are also passing the parameters for this. So what you need to do is just type label, and inside of this you need to pass this label parameter which you are having it on here. So this is cool. We have completed on this. And what else? Next, these are like our input field stylings, and we need to define our text style, which is our, when you type, we actually define the text style for our label, but we don't define the style for our actual text field. So for that, what we are going to do is text style, and you always need to call the text size from our typography, and it is one of the good practices which you need to follow. I'm going to follow this body one. Okay, so after that we will have, actually you can just click on Command B. Now you will be navigated to this screen. Here you will be able to see all the parameters which is this component supports. Actually, this component is also supports the placeholder, leading icon as well as trailing icon, error validation, whether it's single line or not, in lot of stuffs, and whether it is read only mode, lot of stuffs. I think this is really cool. You can just explore the components by just clicking on Command B on this component, and it will explore you to the new screen, and where you can just read the documentation here. And this is one of the cool way to learn about the components. Still don't expression expected, but a package name found. Okay, why it's happening? Outline text field. Oh, okay, this is because of okay, anyway, that's fine. So what's next? Keyboard actions. We need to have the keyboard actions. So for instance, there is a lot of keyboard actions which is available. When you type something, it will have something on the bottom right corner where it is something called done or search, whether the check icon, something like that. For that, we need to just call this thing. It is, I think it is in experimentation. Okay, that's fine. So now what I'm going to do is keyboard controller dot actually what they are actually doing. So keyboard actions, keyboard options, and keyboard actions, this is both something different. Okay, now let's copy both. Keyboard actions as well as keyboard options, and this is, I think, keyboard controller, keyboard options. Okay, for keyboard options we need to call keyboard options, and inside of this we need to call IME actions. Okay, so you see these are all the default actions which you can have it in our keyboard. And for now, what I'm going to do is just, we are having search, right? So it's better to have a search. And for keyboard options, I think this is used to hide the keyboard. Once this action is done, on maybe once this action is done, we are going to just hide the keyboard. So for that, what we are going to do is just search for keyboard actions. Keyboard controller dot hide. Maybe now let's reformat this everything. Still, I'm facing this error. Why none of the functions can be called within the supply documents? Okay, this is cool. The final thing which we need to have is the colors. You see, we need to call the colors. Okay, so this is actually a composable function. Okay, Here you see I have called this text default thing, which will have the entire states for the application UI. For instance, what would be the text color, actual text color when you start typing on the input? So that would be black. So we actually have the color for this, right? So just type text, so it would take text from there. So this color is coming from this here. So yeah, here you see. Okay, I think we need to call colors dot maybe on primary. Let me check what is the text color, primary variant. Okay, then we need to call primary variant. So the focus label color would be something, the primary, which is like highlighted blue color, and the focused indicator color, which is also going to be the primary color, and the unfocused indicator color. So for this we don't really need to create a separate color for this. I'm going to just call already predefined color, which is available in Android. So you can just type color dot and you will have plenty of options here, and I'm going to have light gray. So unfocused indicator color would be something on light color. Okay, so the cursor color, okay, this is also primary. Okay, this is fine, this is fine. And the placeholder color, which is this color, and for that we need to have white color, right? So that is let's just go to theme, and this is the card color which we are using it as in white color. So that is going to be on surface. So just call on surface. Why it's not colors dot on surface? Now everything looks fine. And disabled placeholder color. So disabled placeholder color would be also white color. So we are going to call colors dot on surface. So now we actually define the colors. So you can just call this thing and you can just add all those things, because that would be like preferred way, because I don't need to add all the huge chunk of code in the single function, and the single function cannot exceed more than 100 lines, and we need to follow some best practices here. So that's the reason I'm just calling this function, creating another function for this. Okay, now everything looks okay. I don't know why this error keep on popping up. Maybe because if I'm doing anything wrong, maybe because of this modifier thing. No, I think the problem is within something which this works, but why this doesn't work? Copy paste this. Now label, yeah, the error is gone, but this is weird. Okay, then I'm going to remove this one. Okay, now we have done with this our input field component. Now what we need to do, what's next? We need to call it from, just for checking purpose, what I'm going to do is going to main activity, and I'm going to call lazy column for now, and items, and this is going to be text input field. Okay, and the next item would be item book list. Okay, this is fine. So now we need to pass the label value here. So this is going to be search, and search for books, and the value would be something and we need to have actually we need to define a state for this. So val input is equal to, remember, mutable state of, we are going to have value is equal to it on value change. I think we can just call it from here, on value change. So instead of doing something like this, and we need to pass the input here. Okay, we need to add this annotation here. Okay, I think it's better to add it here. Okay, now let's run the application and see how it looks. We have this. If you just click on this, you see we have this. Okay, this is cool. The only thing which is not working right now is the label color, and we are also having this IME action here. You see which we have defined as a search here. Here. Okay, that's fine. So let's figure it out why the label color is not okay. You see we have different color for label, so I'm going to type the label color would be something primary. Now let's rerun this application. Oh, this looks weird. I think this is going to be something a light gray, right? Text, maybe colors dot on primary variant. What is the text color primary variant? Okay, so this is going to be our label color. Text color is primary variant, which is fine. But why our focus label color, which is something primary? Okay. Oh, what happened? Okay, I think we need to fix this out. Text color. Okay. Okay, this is something related to this. Focus label color would be primary, and focus indicator cursor placeholder color on surface placeholder color. Okay, everything looks fine, I think. Let's see what I'm doing here. So I'm just calling this color primary, and this is also primary. So focus indicator color. Oh, okay, we need to fix this out. Okay, I'm not going to waste time on this. Okay, now let's try to focus on other things. Now we need to define the navigation. This is, I think we still have a lot of components to do. Okay, let's quickly create a top bar, and I'm going to, where is that? And I'm going to create a new Kotlin file called top bar and function top bar. And so since it is horizontal layout, then we need to definitely use row for this. So I'm going to call row, and this is going to be modifier fill max width, and we don't have we need to have padding. The start would be something 16 dp, and the end would be something 16 dp. So once it is done, we need to have the icon. So it's better to have icon. I think we can just use image vector. Okay, so I'm going to have icon, material icon, material icon. Maybe I think icons, it's icons dot on default dot back arrow back. Okay, now we need to definitely give content description, so that would be like back button, and we need to extract the string resource for this, and text back button. Yeah, so now we are just calling the text from the string resource file. So after that, we are having the text, right? We are having the text. So for this, we can have maybe a text. So this is going to be, so okay, we need to pass the parameters. So the title for the top bar, and this is going to be string, and just pass it here, title, and styling would be typography dot, I think the size for this is something 24, which is h5, and the color would be on colors dot, okay, I think material theme dot colors dot on primary variant. Okay, now we need to okay, anyway, let's add some spacing here, spacer, and I'm going to modifier width, and it is going to be 12 dp. Now let's try to run this component. Go to here, and okay, anyway, I'm going to just preview it here, top bar, and the title would be like book description, maybe. Hello all. Okay, now you see we have this looks good. The only problem is we need to align it properly. So what I'm going to do is alignment, horizontal alignment is going to be start, and vertical arrangement would be alignment center vertically. Now the icon would be arranged in perfect vertical order. Let's rerun this application. Now you see we have this. Yeah, this looks, we have created 3 components, and the next component would be something like this, and we can just reuse copy paste some code from here, because it is exactly same. The only thing which here is different, everything is center aligned, so we can just reuse the component. And yeah, we already have the image component, and also we have this thing. So what I would suggest is go to item book list and just create a new function. Maybe that would be something maybe, okay, I think we don't need this component. Okay, Now, okay, now let's go to component here, and I'm going to create um how how could I call this component? This is something book detail. Okay, let's call book detail card. Okay, and I'm going to book okay. I think only 3 people are watching right now. Okay, that is fine. Hmm. Anyway, we need to use box layer for this, and for this modifier, maybe add some background color, background. We need to call from material theme, so material colors dot color dot on. This is going to be surface, right? On surface, and the padding would be something comes around 16 pixels. This is fine, and import this. And now we need to copy paste the image component which we are having here. What I'm going to do is copy paste this here. Okay, this looks fine. Now we need to increase the size of this, maybe 240 into 128, 240 pixel into 124, maybe. Yeah, now we don't need padding for this. Okay, hello Sahir. Hello. Okay, this is fine. Why? Okay, now let's quickly mock all the components and content. So I'm going to copy paste the content which is available here. So just copy this and paste it here. Now we need to align everything properly. For this, I'm going to have modifier. Modifier fill max width, and alignment, horizontal alignment center horizontally. So we are going to align everything to center, and we also need to align the text to center, right? So for that, I'm going to add additional parameter here. Alignment, maybe text align. Yeah, text align dot center. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and do it for the same for okay. Now the chip view automatically centers. That's not a problem. Okay, this looks fine. And now let's actually we need to have this card for this. This is okay. Now let's run this application and see how it looks. Now I'm going to go here and add another item, book detail card. This is because we have this image component and also have this one. I think I had a really cool example for this. Maybe spikeysanju. Oh my god, not this one. Just go to my GitHub profile and I think epoch. So epoch. I have done one simple sample application countdown clock. So this is a use case. So I will copy the snippet from my code. And go to components, and we have this arc transistor. Not actually, it was a like cable view. Timer, not this one, maybe a countdown canvas, pin view, which is, I think this is the one. Oh, okay, cable view. Okay, this is the one which we need to have. Okay, this looks cool. Oh, this is cool actually. We are calling it from, we have a box layout which is acting as a root layout, and inside of that I'm actually declaring another box layout, and that is having the pin view. Oh, okay. This sounds cool. Okay, anyway, pin view, why, what does pin view exactly does? Pin view is having the clip, also the gray color. Okay, anyway, cable wire layout, root layout, this is cable wire layout. Okay, this is fine, and this is a pin view, and this is pin view, right? So this is pin view, this is the pin view actually. Actually, thank God I have actually coded the layout for this, otherwise it would be confusing. Cable wire, so okay, this is the cable, and inside of this cable we are just populating the pin view. Okay, now I got it. So what we need to do is we need to define our box layout. Okay, that is fine, and inside of this box layout we need to have the pin which is acting as the card. This is going to be image view, so this is fine. Okay, now we need to have the hierarchy would be something, upload the fourth part. Okay, yeah, sure, I will do that. The hierarchy would be something inside of this part. So if you see the current UI, we have this thing. I think we can achieve this with the offset thing. Maybe instead of this card view we are having this. Okay, that looks fine. We need to have a card view, and inside of this card view actually we need okay, I need multi-line command. How could I achieve this? That is fine. It's actually okay. Now we need to have a card view, and inside of this card view we need to have image view as well as the content. Okay, this is fine actually. Card view, so we need to have, we actually have the box, and we have this image layout, and we also have the content. Cable pin view, box, content alignment dot center. Okay, anyway, I'm going to copy this. Okay, sorry. This is content, and background is going to be just make it a color dot black to identify this. Okay, now let's run this application and see how it looks. Actually we need to move this content to inside of this. Oh, now let's also move this image part about the content and see how it works. Okay, this is cool actually. You see, okay, this is cool. We are almost getting closer to this. Let's get rid of this content actually. Now let's run the app. Maybe we need to have it here. I think I need to search for offset. Jetpack compose box layout offset. Maybe this is something custom layouts. Okay, let's now try this with okay, this is because wrap content size. Okay, now let's try this. Okay, now let's try this offset thing. I think let me alarm is okay. Offset. Oh, okay, we are actually having excess. We need to move it in y-axis, right? 30.dp. The positive would be something. Okay. Now let's try to run this and see. Oh, okay, this is working. So minus 30. I don't know whether it would work. Oh, okay. You see, it's working. Thank God. Okay. And we are going to call colors material team dot colors dot on surface. Okay, now we have created this, and okay, this looks fine. Okay, now let's try to run this, and we have this. Okay, let's change. I think we can change this with our card view. No need. Okay, this is fine. And what we need to do is we need to have maybe a column inside of this, and inside of this column we are going to where is the image? This one, right? Okay. just move this image to here, and the column content goes here. And also it needs some spacing. This is content, and this is going to be image. Now we don't need this thing. Let's try to run this and see whether the hierarchy works properly. Oh, okay, this looks cool. And the only thing which we are facing right now is it's better to have not have a default size. Maybe we can just have wrap content size, and this column is going to be alignment. Horizontal alignment is going to be center horizontal, so it will make the alignment center. So this is fine. Okay, wrap content size, maybe size would be 240 dp, comma 140 dp. This is fine. Now I think we need to change the background color to some sort of background, so that we can able to see the how the layout actually working right now. You see, we actually, okay, I think this is not visible. Primary, yeah, you see we have achieved the same result like we seen in the UI. And what we need to do is we need to clip, maybe we need to call clip after the back applying the color. Okay, now let's try to run the app. No, it's not working. Let's try to rerun this again. Okay, that problem is because of this thing, I think. Let's remove this box layout, also this. So we need to have the rounded corners, and what we actually did for okay, this is fine for rounded corners. Okay, this is fine. What we actually did for chip view, so we are setting the background color, and we are setting, okay, this needs to be before this, so go to here, and I'm going to remove this. We have this extras colon. Now it looks fine. Okay, now it looks fine, no problem. We don't actually need this, so this is going to be start, right? Start, and this is going to be end. End is going to be also 16 dp, and let's remove everything from this. Okay, sounds good. Okay, now actually okay, now everything looks fine. I'm going to switch back to on surface. We have successfully created a component for this one, and yeah, I think this is enough. I think now we need to have this is simple component, we don't need this. Now let's try to set up the navigation. So I know it's already taking too much time. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new file for navigation. So the first file would be something sealed class, and this would be screen, and we are going to have, I'm going to copy paste the class screens which we are going to have. You see, we have this one. also we need to have these parameters here. So now what I'm going to do is just try to import this. Okay, so we need to have the text for this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into string.xml file inside of this values folder and copy paste this, and we need to define our screen names. For instance, screen book list and text book details. So now you need to actually define your screen names, and this is going to be book list. Okay, this is fine. Now you need to call this book list as well as book details. This sealed class is actually helping us to define the number of screens, and I will explain you when creating the navigation class in upcoming. So I'm going to create a new file which is going to be navigation, not navigation, navgraph. So this is going to be something I can just copy the snippet, maybe the side-by-side comparison. So I'm going to copy this entire thing. I'm going to paste it here. So first of all, we are creating a nav graph which is composable function, and we also need to remember the state so that we have the predefined function. And for actions, I'm going to just copy this class. I will explain you. You need to just place it below here, and this is fine, I think. Now let's import everything. This is my favorite part because this looks like more structured than anything else, and I will explain you all the process, each and every process. Object endpoints is going to be constant val, id is going to be id. Okay, this looks fine. Nav type is going to be okay. So let's explain this. So you need to define, so we need to manage our navigation, right, for all of the screens in Compose, right? So what we need to do is we need to create a new screen class, which is a sealed class. Basically defines, you need to add all the screens, what are the screens which is you're going to have in your application. You need to have all sort of screens in this space. For instance, if I'm having food ordering application, then I will define what are the screens, maybe the home dashboard screen, ordered a product food detail screen, and my orders detail screen. So these are all like screens, right? You need to define it here in a simple way. So sealed class is helping us to define a number of screens, and this is way more good practices to have a sealed class and define all your screens here. And coming to the nav graph, similar to, I don't know, I really forgot the XML Android thing, which it's been more than 3 months or 4 months, I don't know. Actually, I didn't even touch XML Android, but I still remember we have that nav graph thing, right? Navigation, Jetpack navigation library, and we need to define our XML layout, and how we need to have a frame, and we need to have the nav host fragment, nav host manager, I don't know. We need to have a nav host layout. Similarly, we need to have something similar to in Jetpack Compose. So for instance, we need to define our nav controller. So this helps us to remember the current state of the application. For instance, if you just click on the book list item and you are moving to the another screen, when you press click on back, you will be coming to the previous screen automatically. So this is kind of this help us to remember the nav controller state, even the configuration changes happening when you just tilt your device or doing any sort of task, background task especially. Okay, so we need to define actions. So what is actions? So actions is very simple. I have created this main actions class, and inside of this main actions we are just passing the nav controller, and nav controller is responsible for doing pushing the screens and navigating to another screens by defining the route. So this is something which is really cool. If you see, this is uppress. So uppress use I just created this function. So if you just go inside of this function, you see I'm just calling the nav controller dot navigate app, which is similar to XML Android. If you just click on whenever we are calling this function on click of a button, it will be our current, we will be moved to the previous screen. So nav controller is responsible for pushing the screen and navigating all those things. So that's the reason we are passing the main action nav controller as a parameter to the main actions class constructor. And in second thing, you see we have the book detail, go to book details. I have defined all sort of navigations here. So from home screen, when you click on this, you will be navigated to the detail screen, right? So in detail screen, before, when clicking on the item, you need to definitely pass whether the ID of the item or else some sort of unique key which you need to pass, so that in detail screen you can just able to fetch the show the details. So in this application, what I'm going to do, instead of passing multiple parameters like title, image, URL, and category and all sort of stuffs, I'm going to just simply pass the ISBN number, which will help us to you see in our books.json, we have this ISBN number, which is really unique, and we can use this ISBN number to find or fetch in particular books accordingly. So that's the reason I'm just passing this ISBN number. So you need to define it as a string here. So you see, I'm just calling the nav controller dot navigate, and the route will be, you're just calling that sealed class thing. So sealed class is helping us to define us a unique route for our navigation. So for instance, if you take any so this is the default URL for Dribble, right? If I go for Dribble, you see https dribble.com, something like this. I'm going to copy paste this here, okay, and I'm going to comment this. And now if you need to go to particular user, or you need to go to view some particular user profile, for example, I need to go and check my profile, the URL will be something like this. So I'm just going to my profile. Now you see we have this this has changed to something like this. This is the extra parameters which defining the route of the web application. Similarly, we are just passing the ISBN number so that you can able to fetch all the details. So in web, you see we have this spikeysanju as a parameter here, as an endpoint here, then we are getting all the results. So exactly same as web, Jetpack Compose navigation is also working similar to the web navigation. So you need to always remember, whenever you need to do this kind of navigation, it's better to define also all the navigation inside of this main actions, so that you can call this main actions class in all the composable screens whenever you want. So now I hope you understand this. And okay, now what we need to do, so you see, now we have this I have defined this context because I need to pass the context of this application. So I'm just defining this thing here, and we have this nav host. Nav host is responsible for hosting the navigation. So he is kind of like a principal who's arranging the farewell day functions, and the students who's doing all sort of events is called navigation. So nav controllers. So nav host is a principal, and nav controller is kind of like students who's conducting the particular events. So this is something kind of like simple view. So nav host is responsible for hosting the navigation all over the application. So you see, I'm just passing this nav controller, and the start destination would be, so we need to define our default destination for our application. So you can define your splash screen, or else you can define your whatever screens, login screen. So for this application, I'm going to define my book list screen, which is our home screen here. So screens.booklist.route. So I'm just calling this screen.booklist.route. So it will create my specific URL. It's kind of like unique URL for my book list. For instance, it will create me like, okay, so it will screen dot route dot booklist means the URL will be something like this, screen dot the route dot booklist. So if you are planning to go to detail screen, then the string will be something like this, book list. You can book details dot something like number 91 or something. This is how this sealed class is helping us to navigate between different screens. And that's the reason we need to initialize our default screen, which is must. We need to do that. And inside of this nav host, we have this composable screens. So composable screens, which we need to add what are the screens. You actually define the screens here, right? So you have all the screens name, route names here. So same as here, you need to have a composable function which is acting as a screen for your application. For instance, I have two composable functions, okay, two composable screens, and inside of this two composable, I'm having this book list screen and book details screen. So what we are exactly doing right now. So what are the things which you are defining? You need to just for example, if I need to add a new screen means maybe search screen, what I will do is just type composable, and inside of this you need to type screen dot route dot not screen dot maybe details dot route. So I'm going to open bracket, and inside of this, you see now this composable, whenever you are calling this one, this composable will search for this route, and inside of this route we are going to define our composable functions. So you see, I have this book list screen, which is I didn't even create it. I'm going to create it right now in front of you. So before jumping into that, we need to create a view model for this. What I would do is I would create a simple view model class. Let's name it as main view model, and I'm going to view model, oh my god, not this, and I'm going to remove this one. And yeah, this is fine. Switching back to nav graph, now I'm just press alt enter. Now you have this, and I'm going to comment this line. Okay, so we don't need this right now, so I need to explain you the stuffs. We need to pass, I think there is something happening because of this. Let me I think this one. Okay, so yeah, now we have this one, right? So we need to create a ViewModel factory. So ViewModel factory help us to create instantiate ViewModel instance, and you need to define it once in application, because for instance a lot of people will do it on their splash screens or else their main activity, so that we can just use the same instance in all over other screens as well. As so for instance we are just creating the ViewModel factory here, and now it will generate we are going to use the instance which it has already created. We are going to use it for our upcoming screens, for instance. So this is our home screen, so this is our default screen, so I'm just defining the ViewModel factory here. So inside of this task detail screen, you see I'm just calling Hilt ViewModel, and I'm just calling this simple initializing this ViewModel thing. So I'm just using that thing. So the only thing which I'm doing here in the start of the screen, you need to define your ViewModel factory here. Okay, so now since we don't have any queries in ViewModel, I would suggest then let's go to ViewModel. Okay, then let's try to create something. What I'm going to do is I'm going to 1 minute. Let's replay for, I don't know how many people are watching this. I think it's showing like 6 people are watching my YouTube video. Okay, that's fine. I think I need to have a break. Do you have any questions, guys? I see no one is replying. Okay, this is fine, but okay. Okay, this is fine actually. I think nobody. Okay. This is fine. Okay, cool. Jumping back to the topic, what I need to do next is we need to create a view state. So compose is since compose is Jetpack compose is a declarative UI toolkit, then we need to manage the states. So it's better to have the states, so state based events. And yeah, for that you need to create a new package, and I'm going to create a new package called utils. And inside of this utils we are going to call a new sealed class, and that is going to be view state. So we need so let me show you the demo. I think okay. So in our application, if you take any application, there will be like a lot of states, right? So there will be loading state, and there will be like empty state, and there will be like error state, and there will be like success state. So we need to define those states, and for that the sealed class is we are going to define all the states inside of this view state sealed class. So for instance object, let's take it less the first state would be empty. So I'm going to handle the empty state, which is going to be view state. Now I'm going to do the same for maybe the loading state. Okay, loading view state. we need to define. And for the success state, you need to have well data, I think list. It is going to be book item. So book item is nothing but we had having this here, right? This is the book item. So and the error state would be something like data class, and this is going to throw the error. So in case if there is any issues has happening, then we need to handle this case as well as. And throwable, we need to define throwable, and this is going to be, we need to view state. Okay, now now let's remove this. So now we have defined a lot of states. So in case when fetching the data books, so if there is no books, then we need to show the empty state. And if when fetching the books it is loading and it is taking some more time, then we can just use this loading state. And when actually the book results are coming and it's still visible to this UI, then it is success, right? So this is marked as like a success state. And for error state, if you face any issues when doing some queries as well as fetching the data, then that is an error state. So we need to define these states. And regarding the application, the states will be differ, like the downloading state on downloading. So you can customize this according to your needs, but for now it is more than enough for me for this application. So what I'm going to do is maybe the next thing which I would do is go to ViewModel. So we have successfully defined the state. So now coming back to ViewModel, we need to define the state. So for this private val, I'm going to define the state flow state for this. Maybe book view state, not just view state. View state is enough. And this is going to be mutable state flow. And we need to define our seed class here, which is view state. View state, and we need to call the default state. So the default state would be loading. So in our application, the default state will be, so you need to always give a default value for mutable state flow. So for that, I'm going to give a loading state. Okay, so it depends. You can just now you need to call this. So I'm going to call this as books, and going to view state dot as state flow. So it is now it is oh my god, I don't know if anybody is there. Now what we need to do is so actually it is a read-only state. Mutable state flow is read-only state, so you can do any sort of changes to that. And so for now, what I'm going to do next is we need to format the JSON actually. So we need to write a lot of logic here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to format the JSON. So let's make it like format is equal to JSON, and we're going to ignore unknown keys. Okay, that is going to be true. And pretty print, so it will help us to format the JSON, and it is also going to be true. And it's lenient, so it is not forcing us to have all the types of the JSON values, data types inside of this model class. So I'm also going to make it as a lenient, so that is going to be true. Okay, so now we have formatting helps to format the JSON. Okay, you don't need comma for this. Now what we need to do is we need to actually write a function to get fetch the data from our books.json. So for that, what I'm going to do is get all the data from the books.json. So this would be like a get function. So function get all books maybe, and I'm going to pass the context for this, because I will explain you that why we need a context for this. ViewModel scope.launch, I'm going to launch it on IO thread, background thread. So dispatches.io. So yeah, so now the thread will run in background thread. So now let's try and catch the data. Okay, so inside of this try block, we need to read that JSON file first. So for that, read a JSON file. Well, my JSON is equal to I'm just calling this format function, which help us to format the JSON. So actually, so format dot no, actually okay, we don't need that. Context dot assets. So we are just calling the assets folder, and in dot open, so which will open the assets folder, and we need to just type the file name. For now it's books.json, and what we need to do is we need to do buffered reader and use, we need to do this and scope function, and we need to read the text. So what this line will do is it will go to the assets folder, and we are just getting the context of this application and opening the assets folder, which is here, and it will search for the books.json file, and it is here. Once it is done, it will just read all the text which is having inside this books.json. So now we have this object, my JSON object, which we have just like we have the read text format JSON or JSON object, which is already available here. Now what we need to do is we need to format the JSON. So once we read that JSON, we need to format the JSON, right? So which help us to avoid most of the issues. So for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to type book list, and I'm going to call this format dot decode from string. So now if you see, we are just seeing this extension is .json file, but when you just we are just reading it, right? So it would be something converted. This object is now string. Now it is completely string now. So now we are going to format that format dot decode from string. So we are going to decode this my JSON string, okay, which contains all the JSON as a string format. Okay, now I'm going to define the data type here. Okay, now just call list, because it is having more data, right? What I'm going to do is we are going to have book item. We need to pass the model, and I'm going to pass my JSON string. Now I need to import this, I think. Oh, okay, decode from string. You need to import the right one. And yeah, you see we have this list and we have book item, and I'm going to delete everything rest. Yeah, you see now it's working fine. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass this value to our view state, which is only read only state. So this if you see, this is a read only state. Okay, so this books is read only state. We can able to get just the value from the value from it. We are not supposed to edit or manipulate the data here. So we need to call viewState.value, and we are setting the value which is book viewState. I think it's viewState.success. If it is success, then we are going to pass the book list, and if it is error, then we are going to throw the exception. Okay, so Kotlin exception, and inside of this, I know you know guys what we need to do. ViewState.value. Now instead of ViewState.success, we need to call error. Okay, so now it will throw the error. We need to type this. Yeah, okay, now we are just catching the error. And so if you actually see whenever I'm opening the application, the first state would be loading. Okay, the first view state would be loading, and wherever I'm calling this function, it will trigger this function, and the first state will be loading, and second it will try to read the entire book.json file, and once it is successful, then we are going to return the data, success data, okay, which is going to be the books JSON list. We are just mapping the data with our model class. So this is kind of cool. And if in case if there is any error is happening, any issues are happening, then we are just catching the issue here. So this is the default thing which is happening inside our ViewModel file, and now we are good to go. Now let's get back to the nav graph. Okay, I'm going to uncomment this one. So now I'm just calling this ViewModel.getAllBooks. You can just call this from inside your composable function, but what I would suggest is, like, I'm following this practices on, like, all the ViewModel calling things should happen in composable thing, but it's a personal preference choice. I don't have any clue on this the exact performance things, but it is fine. So now we are just getting all the books. Okay, so we are just triggering the function to get, hey, can you please get all the books from the JSON file. So it will get all the data from the JSON file and keep it in the view state. Okay, now what we need to do is we need to create the next screen for this. I'm going to delete this. Just create a new composable function, alt enter, and that is going to be, yeah, I don't want my composable function needs to be inside of this screen. So we have a view package, right? So what I would suggest is to create a new file, and that would be book list screen, and inside of the screen you just copy paste this. Yeah, now it's perfect. Now we have this, and yeah, same thing we need to do, same thing for our what's the next screen, book detail screen. So I'm going to create a composable function, and I'm going to create a new book detail screen, and I'm going to copy paste the content from here. Just yeah. Now we have a single activity and nav graph, and inside of this nav graph we are having nav host, and nav host is something kind of principal who is hosting the event. Okay, who is hosting the event, and nav controller is the students who's doing a certain kind of, who's responsible for doing certain kind of actions, kind of like navigating to the new screen, pushing back to the old screen. So these kind of things, nav control will take care of that, and nav host is taking care of this nav controller, and it is responsible for managing the navigation all over the application. So nav host is kind of like the head, and inside of this nav nav graph, we are having this nav controller, which is helpful for doing this kind of like routing to the new screen, pushing back to coming back to new screen. So yeah, this kind of stuff nav controller will do that. And nav host is definitely, we need to have that in our application. And now we need to just import this, otherwise you will get the error. I'm going to import. Okay, now I think for now we don't need this actually, maybe. Okay, I will explain you. So we have successfully created the composable screens for this list and as well as the detail screen. And if you take a look at this one, we are just passing the value, right? So I already told you, right? Go to book detail screen. We are going to call this function in our home screen, which is book list screen. We are going to call this function. Okay, so when calling this function, you need to pass the unique value, which is I defined it here. If you see here, actually I have told you, right, we are going to use our ISBN number to find the books, okay, which help us to navigate to the detail screen. As well as in detail screen, I'm going to pass only one parameter. Instead of passing all the parameters, I'm going to pass this only one value, and with that value I'm going to get the book, okay, particular book. So this was my point. And for now what I'm going to do is just go to the nav graph screen. Okay, I'm going to close everything right now because it's kind of confusing for me. Okay, now let's open only the nav graph. Okay, so now if you see, we are just using the same instance which we actually created the ViewModel factory in for our initial state of the application. So we are going to use the same instance, which is ViewModel, and we are just passing this ISBN number. So if you just see this code, what I'm exactly doing is, you see screen dot details dot route dot slash ID. So this is the ID which I'm going to pass. So that ID is, that argument is going to be the string, and I'm just calling the endpoint which you are going to have. You can have whatever the endpoints you need to have. So I'm calling it as in like endpoints here. Okay, now once you pass the value for this, it will directly help us to navigate to the detail screen with particular book. So if you don't provide any ISBN number or anything, then it will definitely throw this error, because the ISBN number should not be null, because we need ISBN number to navigate to the new screen, otherwise it will throw the error. So now I have completed the navigation script part. What I'm going to do is now it's time to implement all our building blocks, combining into like Lego blocks into like single application. So let's get started. This is my favorite part of this episode, and let's go jumping into this list screen. So I'm going to check whether if anyone has messaged any queries. So I think nobody. Okay, that's fine. Okay, this is fine. Okay, now let's get back into coding. So what we need to do first. So we are in book list screen. So we need to populate all the listings. So which you have been seeing in this design. In this design, we need to populate all the list, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is, first of all, you need a data for that. So you need to type when, maybe, and well, result is equal to ViewModel dot. I'm going to get the books data and that value. And if you just click on this ViewModel, then Okay, you see, actually this is what the magic happens. You are just after you are just setting the, once you are reading the data, you are just formatting the data JSON string and converting it to like items, which is mapping the data with our model class, and we are just passing it as like a success. So we are just setting the view state value. So if you go and see here, we have this variable object called books, which is having this getting the value from view state as state flow. So if you set the value for this, then we are just, when you call this, we are just getting the value from that. So what I would suggest you do is like you need to go here and right click, and now you will see this two line. So I'm going to import the second one. So just click on enter. Now you see we have all sort of states of this application. So this is really helpful if you want to manage a lot of states. And so whatever happens in your application, it is purely state based. So you can define your state and you can do a lot of stuffs with that. So if you see empty state, what we are going to do with the empty state. So if it is empty, then I'm going to type I'm going to for now, you can just put any composable screens here, but for now I'm going to just show like empty, no results found, no results found. If it is empty, then we are going to show this, and if it is error, then we are going to show the error text like, okay, error found. So that is going to be, I'm going to call result dot exception. You see, it is automatically suggesting as an exception because we have defined the state, right? For error state, we need to, these are the only parameters which we are having right now. And if also we are just setting in our view model, if you see, if in case if there is any issues are happening, then we are just telling the view state to throw the error. So once we got this error, we are just setting the view state value with error value as that E. So this is how it works. And coming back to the topic, same thing. If this is loading state, then loading, we can just show the progress bar here, progress bar composable here. I will do that later anyway. So if it is success, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pass the lazy list. Okay, so if it is success, I'm going to call book list. Okay, I'm going to create a new composable function, and inside of this composable function, I think we need to add some sort of actions, right? Result.data. So if it is a success state, then we need to return the list of books, right? So this is what we are actually setting up in a view model. If you see, if it is success, we are going to just get the book list and passing in that data to the success state. So if it is success, we are just passing it. And the second one would be the actions. What actions we need to do, and I'm going to add parameters. Now we have this parameters, so I'm going to change this to book list and actions as actions. So here is the complex part. I think it is not complex, but it is like a fun part which is going to happen right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to instead of doing having recycler view, I'm going to call lazy column. Okay, instead of this lazy column, we are going to have items. So you can have n number of items. It is kind of like a list view, but you can have n number of items. So for instance, if you take a list view, you can just have only one value, like one data type. But in this lazy column, you can just add any sort of composable components in. For instance, if you just take a look at this screen, we have this top bar as well as search bar, search input, as well as this book list, as well as book details component. So these are like a separate component. But inside of this lazy column, we can just have by typing this item, you can just add any sort of components inside of this. Okay, I will show you the quick demo of this. So for instance, what I'm going to show you is I'm going to, the first item would be something like this, because we are having this, right, this title. So I'm going to have this title. So the first item is going to be like explore thousands this is going to be, we are going to break the line books in Go, and the styling would be, something which is something material dot typography dot h5. This is h5, which is something related to 24 pixels. Okay, now we have this, right? I don't know. Text align dot start, and text align is going to be start, and color, we are going to give color a black, so that is going to be on primary, right? So we are going to call material theme dot colors dot on primary, and we are going to have the max lines. The max lines is going to be 2. We know that. And the modifier, so the modifier needs to be like fill max width. Oh, not fill max width. Maybe we need to add padding. Start would be 16 pixels. We are going to have 16 pixels, and end would be same 16 pixels. I think 16, maybe, and we can have some sort of 24, and top we are going to, I don't think we don't need actually in bottom. Okay, we need to have for bottom, so bottom we are going to have 24. So now we have this title. Now we actually made all the components right now. So what I'm going to do is just call items. Okay, and now call input text input field. So on values and label. So here now we are going to pass the label value. So this is going to be search. For instance, then it would be better to populate the values from here, because text search is going to be search for books, and this is going to be explore thousands of books in Go. I'm going to break the line here, and yeah, this is simple, pretty simple. Title. Okay, so now what you need to do is we need to like get string, I think maybe get string resource. Maybe let's go to this component, and I don't have any idea how I did that. No, actually in navigation, right? So in in screens, so you need to do exact same thing, not like this, but something similar to like this. I hope it won't work. Yeah, you see, get string resource, maybe get string r dot string dot text search, maybe, and why it's not working. Let me search it in some other place. I hope I'm working on some other project, which is project Ideation. Maybe it will have this. Chip view. Okay, these are all like dynamic components, right? Slider, maybe info card. I think I need to go to view. Detail screen. So in this detail screen, Mm, 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 mm. Okay, not this, but add. Okay, so in the screen, you see string resource. Okay, we need to do call a string resource. String resource. Yeah, this would work. Yeah, it's working. So the value. What I'm going to do is I'm going to main activity. We actually define the state. So you can just have the default value for your input field. For now, I'm going to have this. So input state is going, my default value would be empty because I don't want to have values by default. So input dot value. So instead of this, we need to have input dot. We need to set on text change. We need to on text change. We need to just change update the value of our input state. So it will display. So for instance, yeah. So on text change, okay, we are just updating our state and we are just getting the value for our text field from here. So this is going to display our text. So this is really cool. And this is experimentation API, so we need to add it. And I think this looks cool. And okay, this looks fine. So now we have defined our input field. So the next, it will be much better if we add the appropriate name, and this is going to be title. This is going to be search, and we have the text, right? So here if you see we have this text, so this one and this one is the final component. So for that maybe search results title, and I'm going to type item, and inside of this we need to have, I don't know whether the live is still going on or not. Okay, I say just 60 minutes, but it's taking too much time. I thought of making it as like a tutorial, but I don't have that much patience to edit the video, and I don't have really that much time. So I thought of just doing this. I know this is impossible to complete, but if I plan to make a tutorial next time, maybe I will try to reduce all the unwanted stuff, because I have not been doing Android for past 20 days, and I feel like I almost forgot even a simple syntax. Okay, this is going to happen for all the programmers, right? So okay. Okay, I got one dislike. Okay, I don't know why. Maybe it's too long. Okay, sounds cool. Do you have any questions? Any other questions? Because I'm about to complete this in next 10 minutes. Okay, I won't take that much time. So we actually completed all the components and all those things. Now we need to just populate the data, and we need to add some dependencies. That's all. Okay, now jumping back. Just give me a minute. Just give me a break for 2 minutes. I will be back. Okay, I need to do a little bit stretch. uh, So okay, now coming back to development. Okay, this is fine. Now let's try to wrap up everything sooner. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to type famous books and style this is subtitle, or maybe it's H6 would fine. Okay, this is fine. And the color for this would be okay, now we have this, and alignment would be text align start. Okay, this now we need to populate the list view. So for this, I think this is going to be item and not item. This is going to be items. And if you see, we have plenty of options here. We have a list, array, and count, and a lot of things. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to import this list one, since we have the list, and I'm going to type book list. Okay, so we have this book list parameters in the top. Okay, so dot, I'm going to get a size, so it's going to repeat until the size of the all the elements. So for instance, if you have 100 books, then it's going to return 100 items. Okay, so this would be cool. And what next would be like okay, I'm going to call our item book list. So now here we need to pass all the parameters which is required. So currently we have hard coded everything here, but that's not a problem. Come to the screen, and I'm going to type it dot title. Okay, so I'm going to type it like maybe book arrow maybe, and we need book dot title. Oh, why it's not working? It was supposed to work actually. Okay, that's fine. Why? Maybe data. Why it's data actually? Okay, and now, yeah, now it will work. Book. Okay, now we are going to type book dot title, the first thing which we title. The second one is author, right? Author, we need author. Book dot author. So dot no string. Okay, I think authors is kind of like a list. Okay, that's fine actually. Okay, authors. Okay, this is fine. To string. And the third one would be thumbnail. So we need a thumbnail. So book dot thumbnail URL. And the fourth one would be book dot categories. Yeah, and the fifth one is going to be on. Okay, just add the parameters, and I'm going to refactor. Now if you go there and see, we have all the parameters here. I'm going to add some extra parameters, which is going to be on item click. So this is going to be maybe a unit. Oh, sorry. Okay, so I don't know if I'm doing anything wrong. Okay, now come here and add on item click. So okay, what we need to do next, so I'm going to populate this on click. So the better option would be like on click, clickable, on click, and I'm going to on item click. Okay, so just passing this unit function here, lambda, and yeah, now everything works fine. Okay, this is something we don't need preview anymore. Just delete this. Okay, and now coming back to the book list screen, so we have completed this, and on click now we are going to call the actions. You see, we have this actions, right? All the actions which we are going to have in our application. So we are going to do this. So for that, what I'm going to do right now is go to book list screen, and inside of the screen, I think it will be confusing for you guys. Let's close everything. Okay, now actions dot, I'm going to call, when user clicks on this item, I'm going to call maybe go to book details. Okay, this is fine actually, and go to book details. Okay, and we need to pass our data, right? Why it's not showing actually? Okay, okay, this is fine. So we need to invoke this actually, invoke, and we need to pass book dot ISBN number. Yeah, it works. Now we have successfully completed our homepage thing, book list screen. Now what we need to do is let's try to run this, but we have this error, right? So this is because okay, we need to add this experimentation. And one more thing, we have successfully completed our nav graph as well as book list screen. Now we need to initialize, we need to invoke this function in our main activity. For that, what I'm going to do is going to main activity, and I'm going to remove all this code. Okay, maybe okay, I'm going to remove all this code, maybe. And inside of the surface function, surface lambda, I'm going to call nav graph. Okay, that's it. So now we have this nav graph. So if you try to run this application, you may get error. So the reason is like since we are using Hilt ViewModel, then we need to have mark this like Android entry point, dependency injection. So, and for ViewModel also we need to have ViewModel, Hilt ViewModel, and we need to create another package called app, and inside of this we are going to have a new class which is going to be heybooks. Okay, so, and this is going to be application class. I'm going to extend this with application, and I'm going to call I think we don't need this right now. Oh yeah, this is fine, and we need to mark Hilt Android app. So this is the starting point of our application, so it will work. And we need to go to our manifest file, and we need to name it to heybooks. Now it will automatically suggest our application class name here. So I think we are good to go right now. Anyway, let's try to run our application and see if anything is breaking out. I hope it won't. Let's see. Oh, okay, this is fine. This is because inject annotator. Okay. Why is this happening? I think this is because of 1 minute, let me check what happens actually. Oh, okay, we don't actually we need to inject at least uh one constructor, it seems, since we don't have any repository model right now. So I think we need to remove this. Yeah, this is what it is suggesting. You see, we should Hilt view model should at least must contain one constructor. So this is fine. Now it will work. Now it will work definitely. Yep. Okay, sounds really weird. Okay, the problem is actually, you see, we have this loading state, but it doesn't load the application. I don't know why. Maybe because of our nav graph. We have this. Okay, we are actually getting all of our books, and we are in the book list screen. So I don't know if anyone is there. Hey Brian, hi. Okay, oh my god. I think, okay, after this call I would shall we connect after some time, because we need to do collaborate on project, right? So I was supposed to call you, but due to a busy schedule, I was not able to call you. But maybe sometime today, in maybe in next 3 hours, we can just connect with each other. Yeah, and something new. Oh, okay. You could inject context into ViewModel. Oh, I think, yeah, we could. Um, mm, mm, mm. Okay, that is fine. Why? Let me check why it's breaking my application. Uh, hmm. Maybe I have defined the path right. Okay, that is because of my model class. So I think if you see, I have made this stupid mistake here. So I think I need to update this. Otherwise, it will not return any values. And for that, what I'm planning to do is we are going to have this transient. Maybe just copy this. And I'm going to do it for everything. So I don't know why it's so annoying. So we need to have a default value. Uh, I don't know why I'm just doing this. Let me check Kotlin serialization documentation. Actually, I just forgot it. Kotlin serialization, maybe. Just go to the talks and we can able to see basic serialization. And yeah, so transient, a property can be excluded from serialization by marking. Okay, actually, we don't need this, actually, to be honest. The properties must have a default value. Okay, transient properties must have a default value. Okay, a property can be excluded from serialization by making it with transition. Excluded from, okay, don't confuse with the code. Okay, this is fine. And I need some help on this, because let me ask Brian. Okay, this is something which we need to do. Okay, attempts to okay. Anyway, that's fine. Let me just remove it. We can just have some default value, like This is kind of okay, this is int, right? So okay, this is fine. Then what I'm going to do is, okay, I am not familiar with the transient and serialization. Okay, I think we can just remove this. Why we need this? We don't need this. I'm going to remove it. Is there any shortcut to remove everything? This is kind of irritating. Okay, let's try to run this application and see how it works. Why? Something fishy is happening. I don't know why. If I miss anything, no, actually, no. This is Command J. Oh, okay. This is cool. Okay, cool. Vedraj Sharma, thank you for the tip. I'm just thinking like why it's not working. Actually, it was supposed to work. Okay. Let me actually do this. Let me try this with transient and let's see how it works. No, it's not working. Maybe maybe do I need I have something fishy. Authors, categories, ISBN, long description, page count, short description, status, thumbnail. Okay. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to check my book list screen. So let's have it here. Why it's not showing? Okay, this is cool. Okay, let's have a state for this. Remember lazy list, so we are going to state, but this won't fix the issue. And padding, content padding values, and top would be 24.dp and bottom would be 24.dp. Okay, so but the problem is this is not going to solve our problem. I'm having issue with this one. Maybe let me try to print the log. Okay, I have a log. Please, Kotlin serialization does not affect serialized class. Why? Actually, it is something really weird. Let's go to our ViewModel and see, cross check whether if I miss anything else. Actually, I'm in the ViewModel right now, so ViewModel.books.value, book list screen. Maybe try to print debug it. Okay, what I would suggest is print ln and okay. Okay, log dot I this is going to be books. Maybe I don't know. Books. Okay. Books are okay. Let's have the title only. Oh, okay. Okay. The given component holder class does not implement interface. Oh, okay. This is something related to health. Okay, I found it. This is something which is related to health. Let me fix that. Main activity and Android entry point. We had this right. Maybe clean and I don't know what you guys are suggesting. This is fine. Let's rerun this application and see. No. Fuck, this is kind of insane. Maybe I need to show book list screen. Can I go to this screen? I think this is because of this. I found it's actually not showing popping up. This is something. Let me actually go to my thing. Let's open another project and see, and new window, and let's see what's the different actually. Let me run this application and see how this works. And you see this works pretty fine. I don't know why what I have mixed. Maybe because just go to my model class, and these are the things which are actually doing. Let me copy paste this and see whether it works or not. Yeah, let's try to run this. No, it's not working. So there is something happening. Oh, okay, that is fine. This is kind of irritating to see. We have this, and I'm going to have this here. So for now what I'm going to do is I'm going to do side-by-side comparison. But I hope it is something related to main activity. Let's go to main activity and see. Maybe because of this no, where is the emulator? we're still it's showing this. Mm. Book list screen. So we have this often thing. Maybe why it's not showing. I think it is because of this error state book list item, maybe. Oh, I missed the part of the stream. Is the screen recomposing correctly when changing the view state? I think yes. Maybe yeah. Let's check that. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to call this again. Maybe because where is the nav graph? Maybe because of this. I would call this again in my book list and see whether it is working or not. Ah, this is weird. ViewModel get all books, context, and well, local context. Okay, now let's try to. Oh, what happening? Oh. No, actually, this is something related to maybe because I'm not sure what happening. We have this nav graph, and okay, let me check my nav graph again. Yeah, that is working fine, right? We have this this is not something it's already getting late. Okay, actually what happening? This is not something. I made some stupid mistake somewhere else. I really don't know where. Okay. I need to check whether the datas are like populating from ViewModel. Maybe just go to ViewModel and see is our datas are populating properly. I hope it does, but maybe because of books.json, I'm having the same thing actually. Yeah. Read the text. Book list. Okay. This is something which just go to ViewModel and just search for my JSON. Everything seems fine. Maybe Hilt Android app. This also works fine. Okay, anyway, let's check whether now. It's not throwing error actually. Okay, let's no actually. Oh my god, actually accidentally closed. Let's do some sort of I think I can close this application. Now let's open the application and I'm going to uninstall this app and see. There is some mistake is happening and maybe okay, let's try this. Let's try something like this. I think the states are like okay, maybe because of this maybe let's run this application again. Oh shit. Oh, I see. I think the problem is like when I try to run this coroutine scope in the background thread, it is not opening the assets file, and this is a very silly mistake. Yeah, removing that, it works, I think. Yeah, sorry guys. It's kind of silly mistake, even I didn't aware of this, but it's kind of like okay, it's currently why we are just okay, the problem is like we are not actually set the book list thing, so we need to actually set the content. So we need to set the title. So where is that? Let's replace this with now it's working, everything working fine, maybe. Yeah, and maybe we can plus we can add author. What is this? Author, right? Okay, this is author and author. Yeah, thank you. It is kind of like silly mistake. This is the first time it is happening for me. I don't know why, but yeah, this is very silly mistake actually. It took me around like 10 minutes, I think, more than 15 minutes. This is really insane. Okay, I just want after finishing this, I just want to give some shout out to some of the guys who have been doing really good in Android, and yeah, let me do that. Let me finish this thing first. Just 5 minutes. Where is the title? Okay, so we need a title, so this is going to be replaced by title. Okay, and the chip view, so we are going to pass the data right to chip view. So what I'm going to do is we are going to pass the categories and refactor. So you see currently the categories is list, so list of authors, I think. So we can do something like this. Maybe I will show you one demo, because currently we are just design this component only for one person at a time, but if we want to use this, then we need to do something more different. I think the the best approach would be something something like let me open my thing. We need to iterate okay, so we need to use flow for this because we have more than one category. So what I'm going to do is, oh okay, actually what happened, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just create a flow layout, flow row, something flow row maybe. Okay, so actually I have added the dependency for this, and crispy, where is that? So you see I have added the flow layout dependency, which is from Google, I think, Crispin's library. Okay, so what we are going to do is like flow row. This is exactly what this is. The use case of this flow row is when if more than one elements which is overlapping at the end of the screen, then it will automatically arrange to the next line. So I think so it will help, and categories for each, and we are going to have chip view. Chip view. Inside of this chip view, we are going to title, pass the title, not title, categories dot it, and we need to delete this one, and we need to make it as string, and this is going to be category. Okay, now let's try to run this and see how it works. Yeah, it would work. And also I need to fix the title here. I don't know, I have given some wrong. Okay, something happening. What is this? Book detail card. Okay. Okay, we need to update it here. Categories dot I think we also need to copy paste the things which we actually did here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy this and going to paste in our detail screen the card view, which actually we are having right now. So now it would work fine. Okay, the problem is we need to fetch the data again in the screen, so it's better to ignore this right now. Maybe comment this one. Okay, now let's try to rerun this and see it works. Now you see we have this thing actually. Yeah, most of them are not having this, but yeah, I think it's better we can add the spacer component for item book list. What I'm going to do is chip view, it is better to have a spacer, I think, or maybe, so maybe we can have maybe we can have padding, which is, this is cool, but still it feels like, okay, this is cool. It is working fine actually. Okay, the one more cool thing is like the shadows, and shadows are like personally I love in Xcode. In SwiftUI we have this shadow, we have a huge control over the shadows, like this lofted shadows, we have the index axis and everything. But in Android I feel there is no such we have some limitation for doing this kind of shadows, and I need to do a lot of research on this, but I found one solution on internet. Let me share you with that. So where is that? Okay, so I have found one guy actually created this hack for doing the shadow, but that is not up to the level, but it feels like it is something worth to try. So I'm going to copy this So just go to eTools. If you have anyone have worked with shadows, then please suggest me some resources to add, because you see in design we have like a really in-depth shadow in the bottom, but if you try to do it in Android, then it is not going to work anyway. So, and I'm going to type. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste that extension function here. Okay, it is going to add the colored shadows. Okay, this is fine, and we need to import all those things, and as well as this one, and this is something I need to read this code, but I know how this guy is doing this. I will show you the output and it will look something more comparing to this. That will be like really good. Okay, so if you see this, what this guy is doing is he's collecting all those parameters, like since it was like colored shadow, so he is using the modifier extension to get the color, as well as he is setting the alpha to reduce the colors, and he is also setting the border radius and shadow radius, which is the kind of like blur in Figma, and he's also having the offset x and y axis, so which you, and he is drawing, he is having a canvas which is drawing behind the behind this card view. So yeah, this is kind of really cool kind of hack which he is doing, but let me just try it with I will try to plug it in my book list card. So let's go to book list card, and here what we are going to do is I'm going to just plug this extension function. Okay, maybe colored shadow, and you see I need to add color. So color, let's add our primary color. Okay, this needs to be always, we don't need to hard code our colors dot primary. So, and the next one would be alpha. So the alpha would be something around 0.2f, that is more than enough, and the border radius, I think this is 12.dp. let's try 12.dp, and the shadow radius it's going to be 20.dp. okay, this is fine. And offset, I don't need x-axis shadow, but I need a shadow on y-axis. So y offset, I'm going to have 0, maybe 4.dp, and maybe just declare offset x to 0 dp. Okay, now let's okay, this is shit. Okay, now let's try to run the app, and you will able to see the real difference, by the way. You see, this is something really weird. That is because of, maybe we can just improve this by okay, I know this why it's happening like this. Maybe 1. Oh, why this? And I need to reduce the shadow radius to 12, maybe. Still not. Let's make it like 4. Let me check how I did. Actually, what I did is border radius would be 0. What is it? Would be 0.dp, and shadow radius. Okay, this is fine. Offset and y is going to be 12. And background, colors dot background, this is fine. On surface, this is fine. This is, yeah, this is fine. Actually, let's try to run this. Okay, we need to just do only 4, and let's see. This doesn't look good actually. Honestly speaking, this is not, you see, this is not looking good. Maybe 0.25. No. Yeah, but okay, this seems okay. Now then let's make it like 80. Okay. I don't know if anyone has replied. Okay, actually, I'm using M1 Mac, so that's a main reason why it runs so fast. And yeah, emulator is really fast, honestly speaking. So I have 16. My machine configuration is 16 GB, having 16 GB RAM and 250 GB SSD, and it is powered by Apple Silicon. So you can get the details here. So yeah, so storage. Yeah, I'm just having an external drive, because that's the reason why I have went with this 256 GB variant. I already having the 500 GB external drive, so I don't need anything much more than that. And the RAM is kind of 16 GB. Yeah, 16 GB of memory. Yeah, maybe that's the one of the reason. So I think this is fine. This looks fine. Uh, but something fishy is, I'm not able to see this. Okay, honestly speaking, I didn't like this shadow. So just remove this, and we can just change the background color. So what I'm going to do is just change the title color here. That is going to be, you see, I have given on primary, but it needs to work, right? Why the color doesn't work? So it isn't on white color on primary variant. Okay. I need to go to, actually this is the reason why you need to give a proper color, otherwise you need to jumping between the team as well as, yeah. So the primary variant. Okay, so primary variant, now it will work fine. So okay, my MacBook cost me around like 84,600 rupees in Indian rupees. And yeah, actually I think that this is a very good option to go, because if you have any additional SSD or external drive, then it will be like really good. Actually, you can just go with the 256 variant with 16 gigs of RAM, and it's insanely fast. And if I try to do any sort of a video editing on my M1 Mac, it is like really fast. And I also made a tweet about this, and I don't know why. So I also made a tweet about this, and a lot of folks have been. So you can just follow my Instagram, Twitter account. So I used to post a lot of tweet about my UI. So you see, to be honest, Android Studio and emulator runs lightning fast in M1 Apple Silicon. So a lot of Android folks came here and they just, yeah. So actually Android Studio, okay, so also Android Studio is much more optimized on M1 Apple Silicon. I have a download it from download Android Archers maybe. Yeah, so this one, what you need to do is okay, this is tech. So okay, you need to go here And if you go to the top, all the way top, you see you have a special build variant for Apple Silicon. So I'm using this. That's one of the reason why it's working so far, so smooth actually. Okay, coming to the point. Okay, let's okay, now it's time to give a shout out to some of the folks which I'm really admire. And this guy, so this guy is on my bucket list actually, so you need to follow this guy definitely. So he's doing a lot of stuff, and he's like a Kotlin pro, and you all know that he's a developer of Staxi application, and this is one of my favorite application of him. So yeah, this is really cool. This actually, when Schiffer came to me and to discuss about this application, I didn't think that he will go this beyond this level, but he actually added a lot of stuffs using this Jetpack Compose for desktop actually. So he inspired me to come to start doing development in desktop. Yeah. And another thing is, okay, so I contributed to design of this application. Yeah, you see. Yeah, so yeah, this is one of my contribution to him. And also this guy, there is another guy called, I don't know who this guy. So this guy, you all know this guy. So he's Shreyas Patel, and he's doing a lot of stuff, and he's contributing a lot to community. And he is 22 years old, and he's kind of like a self-taught developer, and he do a lot of stuff on backend side as well as Kotlin side. And is one of my favorite repo is this ViewModel thing, and it is much more simple MVVM architecture, which demonstrate modern Android architecture, which includes all the things, modern Jetpack libraries. This is one of my favorite MVVM, so simple as well as clean MVVM architecture application. And another one is this NotiKT, so which actually I have been a part of this project, and Shreyas is like a really talented fellow, so I contributed to design. And yeah, so most of design, I have contributed to design part of this application. So if you go here and see, we have this design beautifully designed. So yeah, we actually this application is using Kdart as a backend, and you can learn a lot comparing to ViewModel. Once you complete the ViewModel thing, and when you start doing this project, you will learn Jetpack Compose as well as XML normal Android as well as the Kdart backend. This is really amazing actually. So this is pretty neat stuff which demonstrate the simple to do notes application, and I personally loved it. Yeah, if you see the design as well as things, so it is definitely it's yeah. So tip, going into an interview for Android position, use Staxi to find out the tech stacks you use. Oh, okay. Actually, you know, Apache 64 did that actually. So he actually just used his own application called Staxi, and to find out the tech stacks which they are using, and he prepared accordingly. I think he told me regarding this incident when we actually had a conversation way long back. Yeah, so this is really cool actually. So okay, keep doing such section. Okay, so I'm just planning to do a lot of Jetpack Compose series. The main reason why I stopped doing Android development thing is like because I don't have enough good machine to run Android Studio as well as my streaming software parallelly. But if it's in Apple Silicon, it's really good. I have a really good experience in that. So from next tutorial, what I'm planning to do is live series are going to take very long time. So I would plan to reduce that, as well as I'm just planning to create a tutorial based series, which is it will not exceed more than 30 minutes or 40 minutes. So I already have a lot of thoughts in my plate, and let me show you something. So actually, I'm just keep tracking of everything what I need to do. So the next application would be this Ideation application, which I'm just planning to create content. Maybe this application you can able to the video maximum duration of this video would be somewhere around like 45 minutes to 50 minutes. So this application I have almost completed, and I need to just wrap up some things. And Ideation, yeah, if you see, I have completed this application almost. I need to do some sort of additional works which I need to do. So this is the actual design for this application. If you go to my Dribble profile, you can able to see where yeah, so this is the application design. So yeah, so you can able to, this application uses Ideation over matrix, which is really a cool technique to define whether if the task is urgent or important. And yeah, so this is really cool. I'm just doing a lot of research on this application because I'm planning to make it as an open source for the community. So in future, I'm planning to add a lot of mental models in this application, like first principle approach and a lot of backlinks, graph view, on all sort of stuff. And yeah, this is one of the cool thing I'm doing right now. So this is a dark mode of this application, and actually it's going pretty well. And this is one of the next application which it is also completed. I'm really feeling lazy, super lazy to release all those application, because if you see, this is a one feed. That application name is called one feed, and I have completed it almost on May actually. So I didn't make it as a public. So this is a simple RSS feed parser application. So you will have the what, I will show you the designs that would make sense. You see, where is that? I think it's one feed. Yeah, so this is the application. A lot of stuff. I'm just planning to create tutorial series on based upon this application. Yeah, so not this one, day version maybe. Yeah, so I just want to bring some newspaper kind of look to this, because I don't want to dump all those information on the home screen. So the cool thing is, like, you will have this bottom, so you can just swipe between the multiple sources. But I'm just feeling about the user experience here, because if you see, if we able to add more than 20 news sources, then I need to manually just scroll to everything, right? So that is not a good UX, but I'm just planning to release it, because if in case we just want to know the list of all I have collected almost like 100 plus not 100, 200 plus RSS feed list link. So these are like some of the famous sources. And yeah, so you will have the bottom shades, and it will cover a lot of good amount of things. You can just, if you don't want this, you can just ignore, delete this one. Yeah, so these are all the things which I'm just planning to. I have actually done this, but I need to wrap up all those things in upcoming days, so that would be much better. And the next one is something which I was working on, is one feed and one time maybe. Yeah, so actually I'm just using this Fig Jam to do a lot of brainstorming. Yeah, so I used to create all the information architecture with this Fig Jam, so it is really helpful and easy to. So there is some good old days, like we need to just or do all sort of architecture instead of picture. We are just using that code thing, which I would suggest, like for example, for instance, let me go to NY Times, which is my application which I did, scrapping application. So you see, this is a very old way to do all this kind of stuffs. So you can just get rid of this, and you can just start doing this, having hierarchy, which will serve the good purpose as well as good visibility to users. And yeah, so these are the things. Also in future, I'm just planning to create a lot of documentation for my application from design to development. And yeah, this, it's been like very long time, right? So that's the reason why I'm struggling to do a stream right now. So okay, I hope it will be better in upcoming days. Yeah, so all these apps are built with Jetpack Compose. Yeah, you are right. All these apps are built with Jetpack Compose. And I'm having more than 3+ applications which are in queue right now. Maybe tomorrow I will release the Hazen app, which I showed you before. I'm planning to release this Hazen application by tomorrow. By tomorrow, I'm just planning to finish this application by tomorrow. Clean up. So I need to do some sort of documentation. So yeah. And so I would like to know like what you guys would usually prefer, like how you guys would start doing open source project, whether you will get inspired from some other people's, or you used to just you will have some pain points and you start exploring it and you just start ideate that process and you do brainstorming and you come up with design and finally you come up with open source. Or else it's just kind of like you sort of like you want to learn some sort of MVVM architecture with the room database as well as local cats, these kind of things. So is it something like you come up with your own, or is it something which you got inspired from someone else, something like that? Can you please share that moment right now, so that it would be very helpful for me? So okay, so now we have finished this almost. Then there is one hack to do this search thing. What I'm going to do is, instead of okay, so what we can do is let's go to my view, and so now what I'm going to do is we are going to perform search, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have some filters. So this is not a recommended way to do it, because we need to do in sort of like we need to have all those logic inside of this ViewModel. But for now, I'm going to do something similar to this way. So you can do something like ISBN number, not ISBN. I think I need a title. So title and contains, and it needs to have search. Okay, we need to define a state for search, right? So I think we can get rid of this, since we are already having this on our nav graph. We don't need this anymore. Okay, so we need to have a state. For that, input, we are already having input. No, I'm going to change it to search, and now update it everywhere. Search dot value. Okay, and maybe we can ignore case is equal to true. Yeah, so now you can just, when you try to run the application, let's try to search for Python. Yeah, you see it works actually. This is one way to do this. And for Android, you have this, you got this. Okay, now coming back to this screen, you need to have a box layout. So I'm going to wrap everything inside this box, and we need to have the background right. So I think it is not necessary to have this, but let's go to main activity, and I'm going to change this background. Okay, I think background, what is the background color which we have defined? Background background is equal to background. So the color would be like we are using for background day color, we are using F9, F9, F9. So shall we change this to EEE 5 E's and you see, this is weird, really weird. F7, F3, F7, F9. Actually, now try to run this. This looks fine, but okay, the problem is that the book list screen, we have card, so we have this background color. Okay, where this layout is coming from actually. Okay, I have been started my project with a focus on improving knowledge with specific libraries and tools, then start brainstorming on a type of app. I start my project as public repos on GitHub. Yeah, I know that. So you are the one who developed that daily doc app, right? So okay, I would like to showcase that. So daily doc. Actually, okay, so this guy, so he is Brian, I think. Yep, so this guy has developed this compose application, which daily journal application, I think, and this is really cool. And this guy has started his compose journey 4 months back before, maybe if I'm not wrong, and his journey is something really interesting. So his progress is more than like 400%. So yeah, this guy is really doing good. Actually, I'm planning to collaborate with him on this project, so in terms of design. So yeah, this is really cool. So this, and also, yeah, so he is currently working on the new design for his application. So, and also the upcoming features like the friends list, and also, okay, so this, you have your own backend, right? Ketar, yeah, I think you see, yeah, he is using Ketar as well as MongoDB for this and setup. Okay, this is cool. Actually, I need to learn a Ketar actually, to be honest, because I was about to learn a backend from very long time. I was planning to learn, but I didn't get enough time for it because I was really interested in doing all those Android works as well as design stuffs. But I need to really definitely need to take a look on this Ketar stuffs. Yeah. Also, okay, this is cool actually. Okay, and one more final thing is that if you guys are looking forward for any sort of design as well as any sort of design for your open source application as well, only for open source application, okay, so open source application, I will do it for free. So don't hesitate to ping me on Twitter as well as on GitHub. So yeah, so I'm actually planning to spend some more quality times on weekend to come up with a lot of good designs. And yeah, so we need to change the thing, like who told you that all the open source project needs to have a like ugly UI like that. So we need to definitely change that. So to the people who is really struggling to get a good design, I will definitely help you out. Feel free to ping me on Sundays, so I will spend some 1 or 2 hours of your time and I will design some basic mocks for the application. So I hope it will help you out. And so what's upcoming plan for our Insane Developer channel? So I'm planning to launch a 30 days continuous tutorial based series. So today I have shown you how you can use this Kotlin serialization with just 2 lines of code you can just able to pass your JSON, and also with Compose you can really build a lot of cool stuffs. And tomorrow I'm just planning to create a to-do notes application. So that is kind of like a really simple application with the use of room database. And after that I'm just planning to do some API with API internet or retrofit on all those stuffs. I'm going to create another tutorial on third day, and fourth day I'm going to cover maybe the best practices, like how we can do it and how we can structure our project and how we can so this is completely going to focus on solid principles for Jetpack Compose. And also the fifth day it's going to be like yeah, this is the entire list which I have been planning to do. And yeah, most of the tutorial won't be long enough more than that. I'm just planning to make videos on less than 50 minutes of the time. So bro, in your app you need to type Python to get books from the list, or PYT will also bring. Okay, so I think yeah, it will bring all the let me actually show you PYT. So you see, actually, yeah, it's just checking each character of the query actually. So yeah, it will bring. Yeah, and this is really cool, and 10 people are watching my stream. I think okay, I was about to finish this tutorial within 60 minutes, but it is highly impossible because I really set a bad example in this, because it's going to, I never thought it's going to take this much time, because if I'm planning to copy paste the code then it won't take that much time, because I'm just setting up everything from scratch, right? So I'm just explaining on all the stuff. So if I'm not talking with anyone, then I would definitely complete this. So okay, from next tutorial I'm just planning to create a sort of components, predefined components, like for instance, so this is like a very basic component, right? You see like image on the left side, and on right hand side we have the content. So this is very basic component, and the another component would be like the image will be on above the text, and the text will be on bottom, which you usually see it on Twitter as well as Instagram, like that. So these are all like various components, right? So I'm just planning to create a separate repo for beautifully designed components. So whenever I'm just making tutorials, I will just copy that component. I will just do some sort of iterations and according to the requirements of the project. So yeah, this is fun. Actually we need to just get rid of this white background. I don't know why. It is because of this card view, maybe. Okay, actually I have posted more than less than 18 videos or 20 videos. I don't know, I don't have any idea, but I got around like 2,000 subscribers, which is really highly appreciable, because initially a lot of my friends supported me, and a lot of my all of my family members, my friends and relatives usually just subscribe my channel, and yeah, so they trust me a lot. Yeah, so yeah, this is really, it's time to thank them all. So now, okay, now just quickly finish this and just close the loop on this by in next 10 minutes. I'm just going to get started on this book detail screen. So if you have any questions, you can just keep me posted on this live chat so that I can able to answer them if possible. And the book detail screen, so we need to have okay, so if you need to have this font is really good. Actually, in my opinion, this font is really good, so you can just use it in your own application. But if you're planning to build some minimal application, then I would suggest you to go with this font as well as that Playfair display font with inter combination. So these are all the fonts which looks much more great in minimal look. And yeah, I would suggest you to go. So I personally, I'm just using this font for 2 of my projects, so it is really great. Okay, so what I'm going to do is book. So this is going to be lazy column. Not lazy column actually. We need to get the details of the book, right? So for that, we can do something like we need to get we need to use ISBN number to get this book details. Okay, that is fine. Actually, we can do that. Yeah, this is fine. So there is some hack. It is very simple. So just go to the book list screen, and what you need to do is just copy this entire thing. I'm just going to close all this thing. We don't need this anymore. We don't need this. So what I would suggest, just okay, now you need to paste this out and book list card. So this is book details card. Okay, so book details card doesn't have this kind of data. So what you need to do is once you get actually that is already, we need to get this right. So success book result dot title. Okay, this is really good. Okay, now we need to get the result. So I need to write another query in ViewModel. Maybe write a query, get books get book by ID, get as well as we need to have ID. For this, what I'm going to do is we can just pass ISBN a number and it is going to be string. So now everything is going to be the same exact thing. I think we can just okay, this is fine. And book item dot so we need to just filter. So I think in Kotlin serialization there is a lot of options to filter the data, and I'm going to search Kotlin serialization filters. Shit. Filter, and okay, so now we can just filter out the data by, where is that, JSON transformation, I think. Not this one. Yeah, not this one actually. It was something you can just filter the data. Actually, there is not planning. Yeah, so map function, I was looking something related to map function. I don't know if you guys are watching my video. Okay, this looks fine. Oh my god, this is way long document. Map. Oh. Filter. Oh, I think it's not there. Filter JSON. Just search for Stack Overflow. Can look at it later, but if you are looking to match your book list design, you could add code modifier padding. Okay, let me try that. To your cards. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. I got it. I got it. Cards, book list cards. Where is the cards? Okay, here I'm actually having the padding. Okay, 16. Okay, that is fine. I'm not sure. Like, clip. Let's try to run the application. Wow, okay. Actually, the problem is that I don't know whether it is because of this list. I need to check whether I can able to do anything out of it. For instance, item book list screen. Here we have this row card. Okay, this is fine. Book list screen. Actually, we don't have anything, right? Oh, maybe because of this one. Let me change the values to modifier background, and the color should be like material theme dot colors dot background. Now let's try to run this and see whether how it works. No, actually, maybe okay, maybe because of spacing, I think. Oh, why it's taking too much time. Let's do primary and see. Oh, okay, okay. This is because of this wrap content height. Yeah, it would work. I didn't set size right. Fill max width. It would work. It would work. Wrap content height. And yeah, now let's try to change. Let's try to change. I don't know. cards. This is the card view. Image plus thing. Do I need to add spacer? Maybe padding. Okay, let me change the color. What I've done wrong? Did I do anything wrong on this? Actually, let's try to copy the component. Item book list and okay, background color. Okay, this is fine. And color dot white. Okay, this is also I need to set the color for this one. Fill max width, background, material, theme dot, colors dot, on surface, which is okay. This is really good, and see how it works. Now let's try to change the color to on surface and see. Okay, for cards I need to do background. It would work. Yep. Yeah, it's working actually. Padding is going to be 12. Yeah, it's working actually. It's yeah. This looks good. So coming to the design. Actually, we need to get we need to filter the values, right? We need to do exact same for what we actually did for booklet screen. So we are going to follow this exact same thing. I'm going to copy this, and in ViewModel we need to map filter it dot ISBN number dot contains okay, so now dot okay, we can just okay, now what we are going to do is in book detail screen we are going to receive the inputs, right? So we need to in book detail screen we need to have ID. I think we need to have the ID, maybe if I'm not wrong. Task detail screen, what are the parameters? Actually, we need to have a ID. So for now, yeah, so context should not come inside ViewModel, otherwise it would for that we can use Android ViewModel, right? So Schiffer is back. Hey Schiffer. Okay, so what I'm trying to do is I need to pass this action stuff book detail to go. So I need to receive this one. So I'm not sure like how I did for the Pickles app. Let's go to Pickles. I need to get those datas. View, maybe details. Here you see dot id actually contains id. So where I'm getting the id? Yeah, so I need to pass this thing. This is fine. So ISP, okay, then go to nav graph and we need to define this thing. Okay, this is the missing part. So what I'm going to do is ISBN number. Now we need to just change the parameter and going into this, and we have this. Now what we are going to do is we are going to call ISBN number. So actually nav graph, we just, when user clicks on this, we are just sending it to the ViewModel. Like, okay, I need to add that thing. ViewModel dot get books by id, and it context should be context, and ISBN number to ISBN number. So we have done. Now let's try to run this app. So when success, we are going to get the text. So that would be okay. Just copy paste the book list item, book details card. So I'm going to now let's tune this to a book. Oh, okay, I'm not supposed to do that. Okay, anyway, well, result is equal to the result, then on success, this is going to be data dot first. So we are going to get only the first thing, and book dot what are the details which we are collecting. You see title, okay, all the information like title, and as well as book dot title, as well as I don't know why, how many people's actually. Okay, so title, not ISBN, title, authors, and title, authors, and books dot image, thumbnail URL, and what's next? Categories, right? Book dot categories. So now let's try to add these parameters, and let's see how. Let's go to book details, and here we are going to have this thing. Just undo this, and now we have this, and the thumbnail, this is going to be thumbnail URL, and the content description should be like the book title. So I'm going to add title. This is fine. And if not, oh fuck, we need to have this. And we need to add authors, author. Okay. Author, and what is that? string. Okay, maybe this is fine, and this is going to be title. I don't know how it will look. Let's run this application and see whether it's working or not. So I'm going to click on this one. Okay, you see, it's actually taking the first one. Okay, we had made some mistake. So filter first. We need to do some sort of filter in ViewModel. Find first, maybe. And okay, so we need to create another view state, but okay, let's do that. Actually, detail view state. Okay, this is fine, and this is going to be only the book item. Okay, so then I would need to do all sort of things. Just add detail view state, and I'm going to add book details and detail view state as state flow, and we are going to pass this detail view state, and success is going to be like so. I think this is okay. Now I need to go here and see. This is detailed view state, right? Then why it's showing the error? So now I'm going to pass this book list. I'm not sure. Okay, so we need to update it here, and so I think I'm just having this. Okay, this is fine. So okay, now go to book details screen, and here you will able to see ViewModel.books details, and okay, this is fine. So we actually have this. So I'm going to make it as book. Okay, book dot. Okay, we actually need this. Okay, this is fine, and now let's try to run this application and see whether it works or not. Now I'm going to click on this, unlocking Android. So what happens if I just click on this? Okay, actually I need to pass this ISBN number, right? Okay, then there is something happening on navgraph. Actually, this was not supposed to be here. Actually, why it's not something. This is okay. This is okay. Fine. Anyway, let's call this function again on book detail screen and see whether it works or not. Ah. Okay, the problem is in ViewModel. So find. Oh my god. Just give me a minute. Let's have a break. So I'm back. Okay. No, no, no. Okay. We need to filter actually. Let's play this. What I need to do right now, let's try to change this. Whenever I'm tapping on a new item, actually it's opening me something different, a thing which I don't understand why, because we call it like this. Okay, I think we can just filter the data, something in our okay, that's fine. Yeah, this is fine actually. So now what I'm going to do is then it would be something we need to follow the same pattern. I don't think we need a additional detail view thing. Detail view, I don't think we need this detail view state. Anyway, let's handle the logic from UI side and see whether how it works. So book detail screen, here we are going to see oh my god, result.data, and it is going to be a value. This is fine, but I'm just actually thinking, okay, so we need to do something different here. Data dot filter result dot okay. Okay, this is book item actually. So what we need is we need a list actually. So let's go to here, let's go to ViewModel and try to detail value state, and oh, this is fine, this is fine. And the success would be we need to filter the data. So filter it dot ISBN dot contains and equals okay, anyway, let's try this book detail screen. Try to click on this. Okay, this is working. Yeah, this works. Cool. Okay, now let's quickly finish all those things, and what I'm going to do is I'm not going to get into this. Let's try without this, because since we already have this in navgraph, we don't need that. I'm going to search for Python and click on this. Wow, okay, it's working. So now I'm going to we don't need this parameter anymore, but since we are actually passing the parameter directly into ViewModel, so we don't need this one. This looks fine. And yeah, I'm going to add only two things are pending in the screen. So first thing is we can have items. So book detail screen is going to have the items. So if it is a success, then we going to have a lazy column. Okay, lazy, maybe the lazy I think we need to have a scaffold here. Scaffold topper is equal to, we need to have the topper component, which we actually have topper, and the title string would be book details, and this needs to come from our string resource, right? String resource r dot string dot maybe r dot string dot book details. Okay, now after this we are going to have okay, now this is fine. And inside of the stop bar we need to handle the click actions actually. So for that I'm going to create on back press. We need to add this thing unit, and so I'm going to also add the main actions, actually main actions. So it would be like action. So now action. Okay, so now what we need to do is when user clicks on this back arrow button, then we need to navigate user to the previous screen. So for that modifier clickable on click, and we need to pass this on back press, or not back press. I think we don't actually, we can just as up press dot invoke. Okay, this is fine. Then we don't need this. Since we are passing the actions, we don't need this anymore. So this is done, and in the book detail screen I'm going to pass this actions. Action is equal to actions. Okay, this is fine. And this is a content area which we are going to have, and this area we are going to display book details. So for that I'm going to have a lazy column. So that we can have a lazy column, and inside of this we need to have an item. So inside of this item we need to have this thing, this entire thing. I think I can move this to, okay, now let's create a new let's try to create a new function with this. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another composable function, and this is going to be book details. And inside of this we are going to have this we're going to move this entire thing. Yeah, I think this one. Oh, okay, I think this one. Yep. So we need a ViewModel. This is fine. This looks fine to me. Book details. Okay, this looks fine. And next we are going to have the item which is going to be the text. So for that I'm going to go to this one. Let's copy the text from here and go to this screen, book detail screen, and I'm going to paste this, and I'm going to change the title to, what is the title here? Description. So we are going to show the description. Maybe string resource or dot string dot, and I'm going to so now I'm going to add also, this is going to be description. Can you explain the scaffold? Okay, so actually scaffold is a default material design thing, which I will show you the preview. Actually, scaffold Jetpack Compose. So it will give you the overview of all the sort of elements. You see, this is a sample scaffold demo. So scaffold is going to have the top bar, floating action button, and these kind of bottom navigation. All those things will fit into this scaffold. So for instance, I will show you one demo. In book details, if you see, if I just click on this, you will see scaffold can able to handle the position of the layout. For instance, I don't, for example, we don't manually need to place the top bar on the top as well as bottom bar in the bottom. So this is kind of like really frustrating, right? So scaffold really comes in handy when you want to don't want to manually position all those elements. Scaffold will take care of everything. So if I'm making the top bar, then what I will do is I will just create a scaffold, and inside of this top bar parameter, I'm going to put my own top bar. So it will automatically place the top bar in the top. So this is something really cool. And if you want to have a bottom bar, so I will show you the demo actually. So inside of this, I'm going to exactly copy this top bar. Now let's run this. You see, we have this top bar on the top, and the bottom, for in the bottom bar position we are having this here. So the scaffold is basically used for this, so we don't need to manually handle the floating action button. What, how do I say that? We don't need to manually handle the position of the UI elements components. So in case if you are having the default material design thing, you don't need to make it like use any box layout or something or constant layout to place this element in the top or bottom. So scaffold will take care of everything. So even it is having this floating action button thing. You see, floating action button. So if you place your own custom built floating action button inside of this scaffold, then it will automatically it will automatically appear in the bottom right corner of this application. So you need to use scaffold for this. So okay, this is fine. Now let's move back to the topic. We don't need this text. This is going to be material dot colors dot primary variant. Okay, so we have this title, and the title is going to be I swear the title is going to be, where is my, it is somewhere around H6, I hope. Okay, now inside of this I'm going to place I'm going to have the spacer component and modifier dot height maybe, and it is going to be 16 pixels, 16 dp. So inside of below that, I'm going to have another text component which is going to be details of the long para thing. So for that, what I'm going to do is, oh, you see, we have a problem here actually, to be honest. Now we need to pass the data here. Then how could I do that? Then we need to have everything inside of this single. Oh my god, this is okay. Then I need to move this to it is okay, but still okay. I think it's okay to be here. Let's get rid of this. I'm going to and book details card. Okay, so now we need to get our details for all. How could I do that? Let me check what's my approach for this Asian app, which so you have told that live session is of 60 minutes. Yeah, but actually it took me like way long more than that because I have been streaming after a very long time, so maybe that's one of the reason for that. Yeah, I need to change the thumbnail as well as the title of this stream. Okay, so now we have this. Okay, this is cool. Actually, we are having the single thing, lazy column, and inside of this we are having this item. Okay, this is cool. I think this is the right approach to do this. And what we need to do is, well, list is equal to if success, then if success, then we need to have okay, book list. Book is equal to this is something which we need to have it inside of this. This is cool. Okay, I think here I need to add the items below here. Yeah, this is how it works. Now let's get rid of this. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to type okay, lazy column. So I'm going to type a lazy column here, lazy column, and inside of this I'm going to type item. So one item would be something like this, and another item would be this thing, and the main data would be something like this. So now we have this, and long text would be something book dot long description dot. Okay, this is fine. Okay, and styling would be typography dot we need to use body 2 body 1 for this, and also the color for this would be material theme dot colors dot primary variant dot copy. We need to reduce the opacity for the description, so 0.07. It is fine. And now this is let me annotate this. This is a description, and this is our title, book detail card, details card. Okay, so I think we almost completed everything. Let me run this application. Oh, it's crashing. Fuck. Why? So the given component holder, okay, interface, okay, this is something happened. Okay, let me do one thing. Oh, why is it happening? Oh, okay, this is because of this, I think. Shit, okay. I need to call book details here. ViewModel, that's all. It will work now. Now, oh, okay, this is working fine. Okay, we need to add the spacing for padding for this below area. I don't find this is the right way to do this. Also, we need to make this title a little bit bigger. Okay, let's do that. What is the title size here? This is 16. Okay, then what I will do, we need to come up with a subtitle one. Okay, then instead of changing I need to change the hierarchy for this book details card. Okay, I need to change the hierarchy for this. For instance, in design, you see we have this title as first and then rest. So we need to do the same here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to simply swap the values, and this is going to be here, and the spacer something comes from here, and it's not going to be subtitle, it's going to be H6. And now let's try to run this application and see. Let's search for Python. Yeah, now it looks fine. We need to add padding, right? So for that, what I'm going to do is we need to add padding for in the bottom. So the bottom would be something we can have around like 24 dp. Let's rerun this application and see how it looks. Oh, okay, I need to rerun. So I think this is okay, but still we need to have a bottom, something like this is a design, actual design. So I'm going to move it a little bit to the top. So this is going to be 40, and let's try to add padding here. So let's try to add padding on source. Well, let's change to primary to see how it looks. Okay, this is a column, and we need to give padding for this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy this, going to paste this here, modifier. Okay, now I'm not going to add this. Maybe we can just try to okay, this is fine, this is already fine. On surface, let's try to rerun this application. Okay, now it looks fine. Oh, we need to adjust this content. So what I'm going to do is let's add some maybe a margin top, maybe top padding for top. The top is going to be 40 dp. and let's run this app. Okay, this is cutting off. I don't know why, but it was supposed to work, right? Okay, let me. Okay, this is something fishy happened. Oh, something happened, but let me check that. Maybe because of this. Actually, it was supposed to work. I don't know why. Um, let's try this. Okay, anyway, let's try to add some padding for this book details. Short description, and we need to add some padding. Okay, so start and we also didn't do the same for this. Okay, let's try to run the app. Looks perfect. Let me add some spacer for this. So the distance between two composable items is going to be 24. Let me change the background color for the scaffold. No, not. I think it's more than 5 hours. I think it's more than 5 hours. I think when I started streaming. Okay, just let me finish this. Otherwise, the only fix which I need to do right now is this one. So also that for Taupa, we need to have we need to add some spacing for this. Personally, we need to add some top spacing. Top is equal to 16 dp maybe. Yeah, it looks fine, much more better. Now, what I'm trying to do is Okay, this looks cool. The only fix which I need to do is this one, and let's try to fix this. Book details card, and text is going to be typography caption. Okay, let's text. We need to justify this paragraph. I don't know. Actually, it was worked. Yeah. The only concern is this one. Book detail card. And offset. Actually, I was doing something. Let's go to my ePorts app. I was doing something wrong. So if you see here, the actual I'm using box layout for this, and this is a pin view. I don't know why it's not showing actually, but let me see the logic of the application which I did. This is the component, and this is a so now this is a cable view. And instead of this, I'm having this box layout, and this is offset on delta. This is fine, but why it's not working? Okay, cable wire layout. So this is cable wire layout, and I don't know what is the pin view here. Cable view, cable wire. So instead of this, okay, fine. Instead of this, actually I'm having this thing. So the pin view is going to have is something. Okay, I need to do have an additional box layout, I think. Okay, all I need to do is instead of this, I'm going to have the box, and now let's try to move this component instead of this, and so let's rerun this application and see. This is cutting out of the edge. Why I need to? Oh, okay. I think I can just come up, just get rid of this thing, maybe like this, and let's run the application. Sounds good. I'm trying to achieve something. Center. Let's try this in dark mode and let's see. Okay, we need to define the colors rightly. And I think, okay, we don't need this right now. Oh, which I need to definitely fix this. Um, this looks good. This is what I'm expecting. Um, Maybe try plus 40 and see how it works. Okay, plus 100 maybe. Maybe plus 180. Mm, we need to achieve this results. I'm getting stuck with this, not this one. Maybe what we can do is we need to do something like this. I'm just trying to do this. Why it's not working actually? Offset box layout. Let me do some googling here and see we need to place it above. Actually I don't know. This is insane. If you just click on this, we are going to the new back screen, and this is almost identical. Let me do some card. Okay. We have this, and okay, also we need to have a lot of books don't have a description, it seems. uh, I think let's no, actually Brian, I'm planning to this area which you see, it is cutting off the image, but the actual result which I'm just trying to do is something similar to this. I'm just trying to achieve this, uh, but I have I'm already having an experience with this, since one of my repository is handling the same logic, but still, uh, you see, epoch. So yeah, so this is I'm handling the same logic. So these are all like separate views, box layout views. This is just popping out from the layout, right? I'm just thinking of this, like how I can able to achieve this. Um, this is fine, but bro, can you tell me when to use surface layout? I really don't know when to use surface, but I think we used to use it in our main activity, right? So if I can using background color from the theme. Huh. So what I'm going to do? I think I need to content scale, content crop. Oh, maybe let me try that. Ah, do we actually have that on the image? Content dot scale. Okay. Let's try fill height and see how it looks. No, oh, is it okay, I'm doing it in wrong place, I think. Inside. Okay, so now I'm going to do the same for book detail screen, and for image view, book detail card, for image view I'm going to do the same, and it is going to be, let's try with inset, and no, so let's try with crop. No, this is something related to offset. No, actually scale. No, it's not actually working. um I think the approach would be something like this. Let me, if you see here, uh box layout is a root layout, and inside of this box layout we are just calling another box. And oh, this is our next oh, okay. Box layout, and I don't think offset is going to work, but root layout, okay. Now let's try this something like this and see whether it works or not. And what I would do is, maybe because of book detail card maybe having, okay, now let's try to add something like this box layout inside of this. Pin view cable head layout. uh Pin view, this is something related to offset. Yeah, I think it's purely related to offset, and I understand that. Only other thing I could this is related to offset issues, and let me do some Google. Jetpack, compose, uh offset, image offset, I need to open Android developer docs. Hmm. Okay, I think it's better to um, copy the code and try to execute whether how it works. Um, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component, and this is going to be something related to custom layout, and let's try to create a hello Asim. I don't think we don't need the states as well as on drag things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just get rid of this everything, and now it is going to be not fill max size, but this fill max width, and height is going to be let's say wrap content height. And now this is going to be center. Alignment is going to be center, top center. Okay, so this is fine. We don't need this, actually. We don't need this. Also, this is a box. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replicate this changes. Cable wire. This is cable wire, I think. Maybe 200 dB. This is fine. And what I'm going to do is, and this is going to be material theme dot color dot primary. Now the pin views are actually let's make this error color. Just change this icon to something like this. uh painter vector is why it's showing me error. I'm going to just copy this code from here. We don't need this modify thing. Okay, this is fine. And now I'm going to indent this. The pin view. So the pin view, I'm going to copy the pin view which I have created in the top. Let me search for it. Pin view, and yeah, so we have this here. Actually, anything. So now let's try to in this layout, in this book detail screen. I'm going to create another item, and this is going to be custom layout review, so that we can able to now let's try to run this application. So yeah, this is the result which I'm expecting. The problem with this layout is we need to modify it. So this is wire, and this is a root layout, which is okay, this is fine. This is overall layout, and this is pin view, which is this gray one. So we need to make this pin view come below this box, maybe. Let's try that. And if it works, then okay, so it is working, I think. Yeah, I have found the solution actually. Okay, cool. What we need to do is I'm going to change this box modifier. I'm going to replace this with our content layout, I think. This is primary, right? This is actually, we don't do we really need this? Okay, we need this actually. We need this layout. Okay, we need this layout. So let's make it as primary and see. Let's run this application and see. Okay, so it is fine. Now I'm going to replace the image with this area. Also, we don't need this cable wire layout, but I'm going to remove this background now, maybe. Also, the size would be the book details card size. I'm going to follow the exact same layouts here. Modifier, we are going to remove this, and we don't need this anymore. Now let's try to run this application and see how it looks. Oh, something happening. Fill max width and wrap content height, and the color would be background. I'm going to give it some black color, maybe black color. Okay, so now we can able to identify Okay, this is the root layout, I think. Okay, this is fine. Then what is this? This is also root layout. We don't need this, right? Okay, we don't need this actually. Yeah, we don't need this. Let me run this application. Okay, this looks fine. Now I'm going to replace the image with so what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this image. I'm going to delete this offset and all, and I'm also going to delete the padding, so we don't need padding for this image. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this and I'm going to custom layout. So this pin view, so inside of this pin view I'm going to replace this with maybe this, and I'm going, let me get some URL, unsplash dot random slash random, I think. Unsplash okay, so we are going to use this, oh sorry, and I'm going to define the size as, okay, this is fine, and the content description should be random. Let's try this and see how it looks. This is working actually. Yeah, it works. Okay, thank God. Now what I'm going to do is we need to align this layout. So maybe instead of this content alignment center, it is actually in center. Okay, fill max width, wrap content height. So now let's rerun this application and see how it looks. Okay, this is working, I think. Let me give some. Yeah, this works. This works. Now what I need to do is I need to give some proper book detail card. I'm going to copy some of the contents, like wrap content size. Okay, this is fine. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to try with this one. Let's see. Yeah, it works actually. So the only thing which we need to focus on this is this area, I think. Yeah, so let me add $20 dp padding, and now I'm going to also, we don't need this layout, I think. To be honest, we don't need this layout. Yeah, anyway, let's height is going to 100. Fill max width, and height is going to be okay, wrap content height, and I'm going to remove this, and also I'm going to remove this one. We don't need this one. Let's try to rerun this application and see how it works. If it works, then okay. Okay, I think we need this layout. Okay, okay. Anyway, I'm going to change the background color for this. This is kind of hack. I don't like the nested layouts, but material theme dot colors dot. Oh, okay. Sorry. This is not needed actually. Oh, you see the problem is coming up when is there any way to add a color dot transparent? Let me check with this one. I hope this is kind of hack. I don't know whether it will work or not. Yeah, it's working. Okay, so the hack is to be like we need to have good I can remove the padding from here, and it is going to be 4 dp, not 4 dp. Let me make it like 12, and yeah guys, it's working, so I'm really happy. It works, it works. Okay, let me we also need to have, now I'm actually seeing, can I just move this to inside of this one? Let's see. Okay, so the hack would be something like this. So we don't need this thing. I'm going to replace this content with original content here. For that, let me copy the content actually. This one, right? Okay. We don't need this here. Now let's try to run this. Okay, so now what I need to do is I need to paste this content inside of this layout. So which means this one needs to be this. Let me update this. So we need to paste the content actually. Let me rerun this application. Let's see. Yeah, it is working actually. Oh my god. That's cool. Okay, now I'm going to refactor this UI. So actually I have successfully implemented this layout. So we can just now update the UI, rest of the UI. So that won't take that much time. So I'm planning to, oh my god, it's almost going to be 12. Oh my god. Okay, so okay, let's take another 10 minutes and finish the loop on this final. Yeah. So now what I'm going to do is, what's next? So the problem is right now we don't have this bottom area. This needs to be covered, I think. So for that, what I would suggest is we can add another fake layout which really gets the job done. Maybe here we can do something like custom layout. Let's rename this to okay. And this box area scope is okay. I have set wrap. Let me remove this actually. Okay. Where's this? I'm not able to get anything. Why? Okay, maybe because of this wrap content. I'm going to set it to okay, this is a hack. So okay, this is a hack. Then we need to fill this area with some void areas. Maybe we can box and let me check with the custom value first and see how it works. Background is going to be on surface. Let me try this. Actually we need to have this is inside of this scope, right? So it won't work actually. We don't need this one. Okay, actually we don't also need this one. Let's rename this up. Yeah, cool. Now we need to fill this bottom area. That's the only concern which we have. But we can do some sort of hack for this. we can just shall we add a background color for this? Okay, that won't work. I need to add another column. And I'm going to wrap everything, so what I would suggest is, yeah, so let's try to run this, and I'm going to add some background color. This time it will work. Yeah, it works. Finally. Oh. Yeah, it works. Finally. Oh. Okay, now it's time to replace this component with our existing one. So, yeah, oh my god. A lot of shows. This is fine, totally. You should take a break. Hey Shifa. Yeah, I'm going to finish this. Transparent. Transparent white VG. So the hack is something which we are just setting the transparent color so that the top area of that box layout is totally hidden behind the image. So now we got like a clear view that the image is out of this box. So yeah, this is kind of cool hack. Okay. Oh, this is cool, really cool. And actually, what is this layout? I'm not sure. Okay, this is a white box layout, right? White box layout. Okay, so this is okay. Now let's update this with content. Okay, now I'm going to replace this everything with okay. So okay. This is cool. I almost completed. Let me replace this with original view. For that, what I'm going to do is book details. So here let me change the title of this. I'm going to delete this one and book details card. Okay, I think I need to change this as well as here. Okay, how long does art preview loads for you? I'm not sure, I didn't check it out. Let me check it out. Let me check this. So book details card is going to have these parameters and oh shit. Okay, this is fine. Now I'm going to this. I'm going to replace the content. So the same thing, title, authors, and it is Kotlin, yep. And categories. So now let's add these parameters to this view, and instead of this I'm going to update it with a real thumbnail. So the content description should be title of the book, and also the sample type, we are going to replace this with a title, not title, and this is going to be author dot toString. This is fine. Okay, so the final one, we have this categories dot for each, and we are going to chip view, and yeah, this looks okay. Now let's try to run the app. I hope it will work. Okay, let me delete this unused files. Now let's try to run this. Okay, this works. Okay, I need to add some padding in below this chip view, and rest everything is works. What I'm going to do is the screen view, screen book detail screen. This looks cool. Actually, okay, so we don't need I think we don't need this one. Okay, so now let's try to run this app and see it works. And okay, let's add the padding for this. And so I need to go to the bottom of this book content image, and for I'm going to let me add some padding for this. Padding is going to be, bottom is going to be 24 dp, and let's hit run. Greetings from Mexico. Hi Jer. Hi. Oh, it's not working. Do I need to give padding bottom? Maybe I need to give padding to this. Okay, sorry. I need to give padding to this one. Yeah, now it will work. Finalize this. It works finally. We need to give some space in the top. So for that, the spacer needs to be like, well, maybe 16, maybe fine. This works. Yeah. This works. Oh, okay. Why the spacing it's not working? Where is the spacer for this? And it needs to be 16 pixels wide. So yeah, it works. Finally. This is cool. Let me do some iteration tomorrow on this application. Okay, let's push this to GitHub. How could I do that? Share project on GitHub, and this is going to be hey books. Yes, a sample book application built to demonstrate use of. Okay, I think I have missed. I don't. Okay, let me try put it here. Yeah, sample him as a oh fuck, application use of Jetpack compose but still it's not perfect MVVM architecture. I need to do a dark mode as well as I need to add day and night mode for this. Okay, anyway, I'm going to do it tomorrow. Architecture. Okay, so I'm going to copy this. As a sample application built to as a sample as a sample application built to demonstrate the use of the with MVVM architecture for Android. Okay. Okay, let's add this. Now it's time to copy this. What I'm going to do is going to share this project on GitHub. I also need to do I think JetBrains needs to fix this thing because it's so annoying. Oh, okay, fine, this is good. Sorry, let's add okay, this is single book, right? We need to add multiple books. That would be like this. Okay, so let's hit share. Oh my god, what happened? Is this because control characters are not allowed? This okay, is this okay? I think emojis are not allowed for the descriptions. Okay, anyway, that's fine. What happened? GitHub repository description custom characters are not allowed, but it doesn't contain any characters, right? Why? Oh my god. Okay, let's not to try to add. Okay, only 3 people are watching. The most use of Jetpack compose. UI toolkit. components. Okay. Done on this. Yeah, that's all guys. Thank you so much for your support. And yeah, this project is actually pushed on GitHub. I'm planning to do tomorrow, do some iteration, do some UI fixes on this. Maybe look, I'm just planning to make exactly like what it looks in UI. So yeah, UI looks good, but I need to do a lot of iteration to bring something like this, because if you see, this is the actual UI, but maybe because of the color contrast of the book preview also matters a lot, but it's fine. I will try to update the component to this as well as the shadows, and I will try to fix everything. And yeah, that's all for today. For tomorrow, I'm planning to create a one tutorial based series, not something I'm going to go for live, because it actually took me around like 600 of hours. Okay, that is really a long time. Oh, okay. Anyway, I will also try to cover the dark version of this application, because I personally like the darker version of this application, because it looks so clean and minimal. And I thought of going a dark mode first, but yeah, anyway, so I will add tomorrow. I'm going to add the support for data store, which will be helpful for storing the values for our application, and day and night mode. And after that, also I will do some proper refactoring, code refactoring, because I didn't do any sort of things right now. Okay, that's all for today. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Okay, do you have any other questions? Okay, coding for it. Okay, this is too small. Actually, there was a day I used to spend around like 18 hours a day in front of computer, and yeah, I still remind those days, like, yeah. And do you have any other questions so that I can close the loop on this video? Okay, Tamil Arasan. Okay. Okay, have you tried the preview? Okay, let me try the preview. So are you talking about this one? So preview. So let me try. Actually, I tried preview. Let me try the preview for top bar, because yeah, actually, yeah. So once this live is ended, then I will publish this for as an YouTube video, so you can able to see this. Anyway, I need to annotate the video duration, because of the timeline. I need to give a timeline, so it will be really easy for you guys to just click on this and watch particular section of the stream. And it's, yeah. So anything else? Let's try the preview for now. Okay, I'm going to try preview for the chip view. So yeah, what is this preview parameter? I don't know. What is this? I don't have any idea about what is this. Okay, anyway, I'm going to remove this. Okay, Wanda, you okay? So actually, I was like really fast in UI designing the UI, so that will really make sense. Okay, so anyway, let's do it from tomorrow, I think. Thank you, Caleb. Yep. Oh, why it's not working? Oh shit. Oh, why? It's not working for me. Actually, I don't know. Let me. Why is it happening like this? Oh, okay, sorry. I'm really tired. Yeah. What is this? Okay, let's run this app and see. Why it's not showing for me? Error running chip preview tooling. It's not an active subclass alias. Oh. Do you have any idea why it's showing like this? Composable at preview. It was supposed to show, right? Yeah, it's not working, I think. The preview is out of date. Okay, anyway. Previews are not working. I don't know. Okay, tooling. I need to copy this, right? Okay. Let me copy this. And now let's switch back to Android Studio. And we have okay, let's fix this with our codes. Let's okay, I need to change this to RC version. Let's sync this. Yeah. Okay. Why actually? Let me run this. Yeah, I think where is this? Oh, okay. Let me oh. What is the background color? Long. Show background is good too. Okay, this sounds good. Okay. No, I think it's not working, I think. No, actually, it's not working for me. Oh, okay. Tooling to beta 9. Oh, shit. Okay, now let's try to run this. Okay, let's first of all run this application and no, I don't think it's working. Compose not working. Let me check. Is there any ideal solution for this? 20 days ago there was like it's not bump tooling version to Android Activity Compose. Okay, Android Activity Compose to RC. I think we need to update this. Oh, this is there. Yeah, actually I have the right. So you see, maybe because like beta version of Canary. I think it's because of ID issues. I don't think so. Oh, RC1. Let's try this. Let's try this. No, it's not working. Um, did you delete our implementation UI tooling version from the top section of the dependencies? Oh, okay. Yeah, actually, nope. Let's try again. It will work. Good night. Um, yeah, I think it's what is this? Yeah, it's working. Yeah, it's working. Let me try this interactive component and see. Okay, this is cool actually. Yeah, Brian, it's working. Yep. Any other questions? no other questions, then I can. That's all right. It looks good. It might be with your laying out of boxes instead of changing surface background. Okay, no problem. Looks quick. It might be. Oh, okay. Instead of changing the surface of background colors, you will see dimensions of everything. That's cool. That's really cool. Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. I think 8 people are watching the stream. Thank you so much. Then let's see you tomorrow. Have a great day. Bye.